Time being 7 p.m.,
Recording
I
in
call the
progress.
Franklin Town Council meeting of June 10th to order. I'd like a moment of silence, please. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Note to residents, all citizens are welcome to attend the public meeting in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon Channel 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using the number 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom webinar. I'll give you the information below. Meetings are recorded and archived in Franklin TV and on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel, and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The Zoom webinar detail ID number is 860-1320-5721. Any participants who wish to speak must enter their full name and address when joining the webinar. All citizens will automatically be muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. Upcoming town sponsor events, we got a few tonight. The 2026 farmer market season has begun and will go through June through October from 2 to 6 p.m. at the Franklin Town Common. The strawberry stroll is this Friday, June 12th, 4 to 8. Rain date will be June 13th. The Franklin Downtown Partnership Annual Strawberry Stroll is taking place in downtown on Franklin on Friday, June 12th. New this year is the Kids Strawberry Parade. That ought to be fun. All kids are welcome, dressed in strawberry theme, and meet at 4:45 at Dean College at on Main Street. The parade will begin at 5 and will go around the Dean College. Unfortunately, I'll be in Maine, but I bet you it'll be a great time. The FIFA World Cup watch party will be Wednesday, June 24th and Thursday, June 25th. Rain or shine, Franklin will host and watch the World Cup parties at the Town Common in neighboring Haywood Manor. Games will be aired on the jumbo screen, and there will be various families, friends, activities, vendors, food trucks, and a 21-plus beer garden. Event hours and features matches are as follow. There will be Wednesday, June 24th, between 2 and 9 p.m. The games will be Switzerland versus Canada at 3 p.m. and Scotland versus Brazil at 6 p.m. Thursday, 25th events are 3 to 9. Games shown will be Ecuador versus Germany, and at 4 p.m. Tunisia versus Netherlands at 7 p.m. Okay, the Pride Month celebration Saturday, June 27th, 12 to 4. Rain date is Sunday, June 28th. The Franklin LGBTQ Alliance President celebrates with pride a festival with live music, arts, and crafts vendors and food trucks. That's at the Common, right? He'll be at the Common. And Franklin July 4th Festival on the Common is July 1st through July 5th. And the fireworks will be July 2nd at 10 p.m. Any other information will be at, you can go on the website at www.franklin4th.com. And the last one is the next town council office hours will be Thursday, June 18th, 8:30 at the Senior Center. Those are the events. Announcements from the chair. I just found out that we got a letter from Police Chief Thomas Lynch, and I will read this to you. I am writing to formally notify you of my intentions to retire from the Franklin Police Department effective November 6, 2026. Serving the residents of Franklin has been a privilege and an honor. I am grateful for the opportunity I've had to work alongside dedicated colleagues, elected officials, and community members in support of the town's mission and goals. The experience and relationships developed during my tenure have been among the most rewarding of my professional career. Between now and my retirement, I remain committed to ensuring a smooth and orderly transition of my responsibilities. I will work closely with you and the other members of the town to assist with successions, plannings, knowledge transfer, and any other activities necessary to support and continue the operation. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of the Town of Franklin team. I look forward to assisting in the transition process over the coming months. Respectfully yours, Thomas J. Lynch, Chief of Police. So. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for the friendship I've had growing with you over the last 20 or so years. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda, in compliance with Chapter 30A, Section 20, the Open Meeting Law. The council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Is there anybody in the audience that has a citizen's comment?
Paul Griffith, 11 Sunken Meadow Road. Here is the school committee chair, just kind of give you all an update. We had our meeting last night. Really exciting, end of the year. Graduation was last Friday for the high school. Thanks, I know a bunch of y'all were able to attend. It was really a fantastic affair. It wasn't too warm, weather hung in there just right. So at our meeting last night, I went through a couple of big things. One, kind of the first big item was actually our facilities and operational update. Heard a lot about the coordination between the town. Kevin was there, able to talk to us about a lot of the work that he does in the schools, helping to maintain, helping us with some of our big projects, and coordinating with Colin, especially regarding the move over the last summer. So it's a lot of thanks from our end for that work that the two groups do together. It was really fantastic to hear, and also talking about what we have in the upcoming year. Also went into discussing AI in the schools, working on developing kind of our long-term plan and strategy surrounding that. So there's a lot of great engagement there, a lot of good information. We've already been reaching out to parents and educators about kind of their opinions on things, as well as students, and really trying to incorporate that as much as possible. And then the final, two things. We had a couple of policy things that we went through, including emotional support dogs, and then had an evaluation for the superintendent. Outside of that, it was a pretty uneventful meeting. Weren't here too late, so surprising you guys, I know. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody else, please?
Kim Yu Chow, Chair, Board of Pharmacy, Board of Health,
Yeah.
4
We know
Briarwood
where you're
Road.
going.
So just so that you know, that on May 20th, our ban of all forms of kraton, whether it's synthetic or natural, went into effect in Franklin. That's number 1. Number 2, on that same day, we had the Women's Health Expo. And we even had some males come to pick up information for their favorite females. It was very, very well attended. And we were also able to provide mammograms for 17 women on the mammogram van. And then via Facebook, someone asked, well, how do you do that? I'd rather do it in the van versus going to a hospital. We were able to communicate back to them, and so at least one other person in Franklin actually is scheduled for a mammogram on the mammogram van in another town. So we were really, really pleased, and it was well attended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Amaral, Senior Center Director. I just wanted to share a quick community announcement from the Senior Center. If your spring cleaning has uncovered a drawer full of old bank statements, expired paperwork, and things you're pretty sure you should have shredded years ago, we've got you covered. On Tuesday, June 16th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the Franklin Senior Center will host a free community shred event at the center, so 10 Daniel McCahill Street. Thanks to the partnership with the Franklin Department of Public Works, specifically Derek, thank you for working with us. We'll host a free community shred event. And so it's usually for the senior population, but we were able to work with our vendor and expand it beyond that to the entire community, free of charge. So you can bring paper documents, credit cards, licenses, passports, hard drives, and laptops for secure destruction. There's no need to remove staples, paper clips, or elastics, and no appointment is necessary. We hope residents will take advantage of this opportunity and protect themselves from identity theft while cleaning out a little clutter. Thanks.
Hi, Celia Cartwright, 213 Peck Street. I have a little pamphlet to hand out. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm here on behalf of the Franklin Music Boosters and the Franklin Theater Boosters for our capital campaign. Our auditoriums are in need of repair. The middle school auditorium stage lights do not work. There are broken seats throughout the room that are cordoned off with tape. Many of the floor tiles are broken and removed. The high school has a few needs, much smaller, but it also has a few broken seats, and the audio system needs a little repair as well. We have more choir students than we have space on the choral risers for them to perform. I knew that there were some issues with the auditoriums, but one reason why I handed out the pamphlet, which has the images of the state of the middle school auditorium, was I personally was surprised during our middle school concerts last week, and I looked around and I saw the state of the auditorium. This is a very urgent need to get this facility back into good repair, to make it usable for our community, for other people who would want to use this space as well. To this end, the Music Boosters and the Theater Boosters have been running a capital campaign. We are trying to raise $100,000 towards this. So far, we have raised about $33,000. We've had some generous donors put up a match program. So at this point, it's the next $21,000 that are raised, because we've already raised $4,000, will be matched dollar for dollar. So every donation that we get to our capital campaign is now effectively doubled. I do know we have an earmark potentially coming from the state. Even if we manage to reach our 100,000 and we have all the money from the state, to repair everything is going to take significantly more money. So we need everyone who supports music and theater to help us, and we hope that the town council will support a capital request that will probably need to come at some point to support the rest of this work. Repairing this auditorium is not a want. If you look at those pictures, this auditorium, it's a need to fix this and return this auditorium to a state of good use for the hundreds of students who are using this daily. The link to the campaign so you can donate can be found on the Franklin Music Boosters social media on Facebook, X, Blue Sky, Instagram, and the Franklin Theater Boosters on their Facebook and Instagram pages. Lastly, with late breaking news, we are planning a fundraiser with CNC Ice Cream. As soon as we're able to figure out where and when, we'd like to communicate that out to the community as a chance to also another way to contribute to this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Callie Keating, 26 Schofield Drive. Really quick PSA, it's summer reading time at the library. So the summer reading theme this year, this comes from the state. This is Plant a Seed Read, and we have summer reading programs for kids, teens, and adults. We've been doing our summer reading hype tour in all the schools. I was in the middle school auditorium today. She's not joking. So the kids summer reading program is time-based, so there's little circles they fill in for reading for time, and they earn prizes as they go. The adults and teens, we give you an ice cream coupon just for signing up. So if that isn't enough of an incentive, I don't know what to tell you. But we have a choose your own adventure style for the adult summer reading. So there are fun reading prompts and library quests and community quests just to kind of get folks out into the community and engaging with the library and engaging with books and earning raffle prizes and free books. And you can sign up on the library website, and you don't have to have a card to do it, and it's free for everyone. And even if your kids aren't reading yet, they're still the prize packs are really good this year. There's some really cool BOGO coupons. There's Davis Farmland and Urban Air and a couple other really fun things. So look forward to seeing you at the library to pick up your summer reading folders. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Josh Cohen, 14 Elm Street. I'm here on behalf of Franklin Fathers, of which I'm a founding member. Just want to announce and remind that we've got our Eddie Grant first annual Memorial Kickball Tournament this coming Sunday from 9 to 3 a.m. at Beaver Pond, at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thanks, Jenna. We'll have a bunch of different food vendors, hot dogs, ice cream, we've got some pizza, multiple rounds of kickball. It's an all-day family-friendly event. We'll have Gaga, Pit, various raffles, 50-50 raffle, of which we're donating the proceeds to the local VFW. And just wanted to share really quick as well. So the tournament is at Eddie Grant Memorial Kickball Tournament. Eddie Grant was a Franklin native, veteran, passed away in 1918 while serving in World War I. And his persona, his values embody much of what we in the Franklin Fathers Group seek to embody within our own mission. So hope to see all of you there. Bring the family, come hang out. Hopefully the weather will cooperate with us. And in addition, we'll have a booth at the Strawberry Stroll on Friday. So please stop by if you want to learn more about the group. Most important thing, we will also have a dunk tank. Of which many people will be participating. I've heard maybe a certain town administrator may be in the dunk tank, but I can't confirm or deny that.
I'm confirming it. Bring your checkbooks. Bring your checkbooks. Bring your square. And Josh, the proceeds are going to the Franklin Food Pantry. So you're not just taking out your venom and anger on me. You're also bringing your food. You're bringing your money to a really good cause, and I appreciate it very much. I think there are other people that are going into Dunk Tank too. But we'll just
Absolutely.
wait until Sunday to leave the surprise.
Yeah. We're not going to list all of them, certainly. And I will leave you with a dad joke. I'm a little bummed I won't be at the strawberry stroll. So, what do you call a sad strawberry? A blueberry, of course. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Doug Martin, Town of Franklin Water and Sewer Superintendent. Just to follow up on the kickball tournament, we will have Beaver Street will be closed at the MBTA track starting midnight on Saturday, planned to go until about 4 p.m. on Monday. So those going to the kickball tournament, please, your only access will be through Grove Street.
Okay.
So that would be for anything on Mastro Drive, the Beaver Rec area, as well as the Recycle Center, all has to access through Grove Street. Franklin Glass, the rec gym, and the old Panera Bread facility will be accessed from 140.
Okay.
So that's my first announcement. Second announcement is, unfortunately, even though it has kind of rained every weekend, we are officially in a level 2 drought, according to the state. I know it doesn't feel like it. But so with that said, we did update our restrictions. We got a notice out today. With all that said, again, we do have plenty of water, but contrary to popular belief, I've said this before, we don't supply water for everyone's irrigation systems. So, so just keep in mind, and everyone please do your part to conserve. Our primary duty is to provide domestic supply as well as fire protection. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else out there? Anybody in Zoom land?
No.
I don't see anybody. Okay. Moving on, we do have a public hearing tonight. Transfer of license, pledge of inventory, and approval of manager on DeVita's Market Incorporated, DBA DeVita's Market, located at 198 East Central Street, Franklin, Mass. I declare that meeting open.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Sydney Prokos, an attorney from Vieira and DJ Filippo. I work with attorney Matt Porter, whose name might be in the application. We represent Om DeVita's Market, Inc., doing business as DeVita's Market, which is purchasing the beer and wine package store from DeVita's Market, LLC, for the store located at 198 East Central Street, and we're requesting your approvals tonight related to that transfer. In the world of liquor licensing, this one is fairly straightforward. I'll have some background, and of course, if you have any questions, let me know. Here with me tonight is Mr. Alesh Shah, one of the principals of the company, and Mr. Richard Dunham, the proposed license manager. Richard has been working on site at this location for just shy of 10 years with no violations at the state or local level while he's been there. Prior to working on site, he was in the Marines, and that might have something to do with running a smooth operation. He has been alcohol tips certified, which is the industry standard that the ABCC likes to see, 4 times, with each certification having an effective date of 3, or effective timeline of 3 years. So he's been certified for quite some time, and he has that ideal mix of experience and education that the ABCC likes to see in those running stores. And he will be remaining on site and working at the store under the new ownership. So there's consistency in ownership there and operations. The seller is financing part of this transaction. So in section 11 of the application, you may already know this, but there's a pledge, and we're requesting your approvals for the pledge of license and inventory to the seller. And just a background on pledges, they work similar to a mortgage, where God forbid if the buyer doesn't pay back the seller, then the seller has some security and could take back its license, but any subsequent purchaser would need to come before you for approvals. So it's not like a mystery person would be operating this store ever. In terms of operation, again, there are no changes in hours of operation, location, alterations of the premises, mainly internal movement related to this purchase. I believe there's at least one outstanding item in the application, so tonight we're requesting approval subject to any outstanding items, Franklin specific, that you may be looking for. Any questions? I know that's a lot of info.
I will go to the council. Do we have any questions? Seeing that this is a public hearing, I'll have to go to the public. Is there any questions out there in the public? Zoom land? No. That being said, I will declare the public meeting closed. Public hearing, I'm sorry. All right, license transactions next. Transfer of license, pledge of inventory, and approval of manager on DeVita's Market Incorporated, DBA DeVita's Market, located at 198 East Central Street, Franklin, Mass. The clerk will read the license transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a license transaction, transfer of license, pledge of license, and pledge of inventory. OM DeVita's Market, Inc., doing business as DeVita's Market, located at 198 East Central Street in Franklin. OM DeVita's Market, Inc., DBA DeVita's Market, is seeking the approval for a transfer to it of a Section 15 wine and malt beverage package store license from DeVita's Market LLC, DBA DeVita's Market, located at 198 East Central Street, Franklin, Mass. 02038, to be executed by it at the same location. OM DeVita's Market, Inc., DBA DeVita's Market, is also seeking the approval of a pledge of license and pledge of inventory, and to have Richard Dunham approved as its manager. All departments have signed off on this application. The motion to approve the request by OM DeVita's Market, Inc., DBA DeVita's Market, for a transfer of license, pledge of license, and pledge of inventory of the license currently held by DeVita's Market LLC, DBA DeVita's Market, located at 198 East Central Street, Franklin, Mass., and to have Richard Dunham approved as manager.
You heard the license transaction. Is that a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion? Any discussion? Councilors?
No?
Okay. All right, then I will take the vote. All in favor of the license transaction? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
All set.
Thanks,
And with all the cool stuff going on, I might be moving to Franklin. Like,
Come on in. Thank you. All right, on license transactions, we had another one, license modification, change of offices to Chateau Restaurant of Franklin Incorporated, DBA The Chateau Restaurant, located at 466 King Street, Franklin, Mass. Are they here?
Yeah, Mr. Clemens, through Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clemens, Julie's getting him on Zoom.
Yeah.
They are here.
Should be able to hear him now.
Yep. Ryan?
Good evening, counselors. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. For the record, my name is Ryan Clemens. I'm an attorney with RIW at the business address of 255 State Street in Boston, and I'm here on behalf of the Chateau Restaurant of Franklin, Inc., DBA The Chateau Restaurant. Starting with a general overview of the business and the application, the Chateau is currently the holder of the Section 12 on-premises all alcohol license number 05288RS0430, operating at 466 King Street in Franklin. And we are here this evening seeking approval of a change of officers application regarding two changes. First, the Chateau has appointed Paula Litcher as secretary, and second, John Nocera is no longer a director, but he retained his ownership percentage and remained a shareholder, so there's no change to ownership. And to place these changes in context in relation to other locations, this change of officers is consistent across the Chateau's corporate structure and applies to each location, which is why we sent the inverse application to and received approval from the ABCC before appearing here in front of other LLAs, as you saw in the ABCC's letter dated March 23rd, 2026, and submitted along with the application. But most importantly, the Chateau in this application do not propose any changes to operations or customer experience. With that, thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, clerk will read the license transaction first, and then we'll go to discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a license transaction for a license modification change of officers, the Chateau Restaurant of Franklin, Inc., doing business as the Chateau Restaurant. Located at 466 King Street in Franklin, Massachusetts, the Chateau Restaurant of Franklin, Inc., DBA The Chateau Restaurant, located at 466 King Street, Franklin, Mass., is seeking the approval for a change of officers to include the addition of Paula Litcher as Secretary of the Board of Directors and the removal of John Nocera as a member. All departments have signed off on this application. The motion tonight is to approve the request by the Chateau Restaurant of Franklin, Inc., DBA The Chateau Restaurant, located at 466 King Street, Franklin, Mass., for a change of officers as described above.
You've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and second discussion. Any questions from the council?
Pretty standard.
Pretty standard. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. We have one more. All set there, Mr.?
Yep.
Okay. Farmer Brewery Farmers Market License, Rushford and Sons Brewhouse LLC. Jamie?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, this is so that they can participate in the farmer's market, kind of similar to Bob Vizella.
Yeah, what Bob does.
So the farmer's market's obviously recruited them to come up, so it requires an approval from the council to allow them to serve samples at the farmer's market so people can purchase.
Clerk will read the license transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the license transaction for Farmer Brewery Farmers Market License, Rushford and Sons Brewhouse LLC, DBA Rushford and Sons Brewhouse, from 8 Grove Street in Upton, Massachusetts. This is a request for a Farmer Brewery Farmers Market License to allow samples and the sale of malt beverages in sealed containers at the Franklin Farmers Market pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 138, subsection 15F. The motion to approve the issuance of a Farmer Brewery Farmers Market License to Rushford and Sons Brewhouse LLC, DBA Rushford and Sons Brewhouse.
You've heard a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Are they here, Jamie, by any chance?
Yes, on Zoom. Crystal?
Oh, Crystal Dort.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, Crystal.
Anything
you want to add, Crystal?
Anything you want to add? I just want to make sure you're here. It's kind of good to make sure that
Yeah,
you're
no, we're here. If you have any questions, obviously, we're just looking to be able to, sell samples and sell 4-packs.
Okay. Discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? License transaction approved. Good luck. Okay, moving on. Here we go. Legislation for action. That hit home, huh?
Brace yourselves.
Resolution 26-25, adoption of the FY 2027 budget appropriations. Clerk will read the resolution. 26.
Yeah, 26-25. right?
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Town of Franklin Resolution 26-25, the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 budget. Whereas the Town Council conducted 2 public hearings on the FY 2027 budget on May 20th, 2026 and May 21st, 2026, after due notice was given in the Milford Daily News, and whereas the Finance Committee issued printed recommendations with copies made available at each public hearing, and whereas the Town Council considered the FY 2027 budget on a departmental basis and by vote so determined the size of the appropriations for each department. Now therefore be it moved and voted to adopt said general fund budget, water enterprise fund budget, Sewer Enterprise Fund budget, Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget, and Stormwater Enterprise Fund budget as voted as set out in the FY 2027 voting document, with a total appropriation of $169,687,307, excluding $597,258 Council on Aging voted in a separate resolution, $150,241,014, which is to be raised and appropriated, $1,104,132 shall be transferred from the FY '26 free cash account. $117,133 shall be transferred from the MEC Stabilization Fund, and the balance shall be transferred from Enterprise Fund revenues to be appropriated as follows. Water fees in the Enterprise Fund totaling $6,609,979. Sewer fees, Enterprise Fund, $7,067,795. Solid waste fees, Enterprise Fund, $2,955,247. Solid waste retained earnings, Enterprise Fund, $405,000. Stormwater fees, Enterprise Fund, $1,126,007. Stormwater retained earnings, Enterprise Fund, $61,000. Total Enterprise Fund, $18,225,028. Finance Committee took action at their meeting on June 3rd, 2026, with a 9-0 vote passing. This resolution shall become effective according to provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve Resolution 2625, adoption of the FY 2027 budget appropriations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Anyone? Go.
I mean, we're getting there. I still think that you all know how I've thought about using free cash for this year and next year, so I like the direction we're heading in. Based upon my comments at the last meeting around the additional funding that came through for the schools. I talked about $300,000. The number came in closer to $400,000.
Yep.
So what I'd like to propose, just talk about it now, let others discuss before I formally put forth an amendment. But
Yep.
I'd like to, one, add back, as part of the Finance Committee asked to have the school budget reduced by $60,000. I'd like to restore that $60,000. And I would like to add back $400,000 to the school department. Now, during the course of the night tonight, if someone can propose cuts in other areas that I think are reasonable to cover that, that's fine. Otherwise, then you go, well, where's that $460,000 coming from? What I would propose is that we increase whether it's new growth or we increase revenue assumption by $60,000 beyond what has been proposed by the town administrator, and the other $400,000 would come from free cash. So that would mean our free cash pool would be about $1.5 million for the year. So other than that, as I said before, all the other expenses, yes, others may consider them one time. Are people going to want to take these positions? I think Councilor Cormier-Ledger said it the other night, and he said it perfectly. We have to try something different.
Right.
We can't cut anymore. We can't do where it's not time to propose an override. We have to try something different. We have the free cash, and Yes, that means some capital may be put and delayed, but we need to invest in people so that we can generate revenue in other ways. We are a business and we have to generate revenue. And many of the people that we're adding to this budget are generating revenue. There may be some that are not, but the rest of those, you say, well, police provides public safety and that provides revenue. It does through default. So, Council Cormier couldn't have said it any, but this is to me trying something different for the next 2 years, and that gives this council, the school committee, the finance committee, the runway to figure out what that plan is. That's more encompassing, that includes capital, short-term, long-term, buildings, everything else. I can't stress it enough, and I think it's sound fiscal responsibility, in my opinion. So those would be the bigger changes that I will eventually put forth as amendments, and hope I would get support for those going forward.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, we'll do them after the discussion. Max?
I'll yield until someone else, I'll hold off until other people speak.
Okay.
I agree, we should try something different. Stop spending. Yes, we have free cash. Yes, it should be used to stabilize the budget. But when you bring in, we've already hired 2 new people supposedly for Jamie's office, which we agreed on because his office was very sad upstairs. But we're looking at 5 more people, not because of you, Jamie, because there was nobody in it.
But I'm happy. I just want to clarify, we're happy people. You may have been sad coming in, but we're happy.
We're looking at 5 new people, and do I want SROs back? Yes. Would I like to help out the assessors? Yes. Would I like to be able to say, yes, we're gonna put a deputy town administrator? 100%. We don't have the money. We're looking right now at taking roughly 1.1 million from free cash to stabilize the budget. If we didn't hire these people, our deficit would actually only be about $600,000. 2 years ago, we were at 6.8 million. That gap has closed. People have lost jobs. Departments have cut. To bring people back in now, we are using free cash to do that. We can't promise their job is guaranteed. Now, if we hire these people and in FY '28, after the November ballot pass and the income tax goes down to 4%, because if we really truly believe that that's not going to pass, we are wearing blinders because people want more money in their pocket and they're not happy with the way the state is spending it as it is. Therefore, they're not going to vote to give them more. They're going to vote to take some back. There's going to be cuts to us on this town level, whether it's just this state funding, however it's dispersed, we're gonna lose some money there. These salaries, you look at their benefits, the salaries, and then a COLA increase. The salaries in this budget is about 150,000 shy of what their actual salaries will be because we prorated it as a start date of October 4th, which means now, going into FY '28, we need at least $150,000 more to sustain those 5 salaries, plus whatever their benefits are going to cost, plus their COLA raise, plus take into account the fact that we're probably going to lose some state funding due to the income tax going from 5% to 4%, and we're talking about using all of our free cash. That is fiscally irresponsible, and that's not okay with me. If you want to use it all so it doesn't have to go back out and be recertified, let's put it in a budget stabilization fund and let it sit there and earn some interest. Guess what? We've technically zeroed that account out. State doesn't have to recertify anything, and we have something there as a buffer in case of. We could take the FY '26 budget, add in the COLA increases that everyone's gonna get, whatever the mandates that we have that we can't control, leave the departments alone and don't make them cut anything else. Give them the year to breathe and give us the time to figure out how to generate revenue. Anything short of that is fiscally irresponsible. I will not vote to cut from any department. I will also not vote to hire anyone in this state, because when you're in a deficit, you do not increase it by hiring more people. It's unfair to those departments, it is unfair to the people we hire. So yes, we should try something different, and how about we just say no? I yield.
Okay, that's great, Jane, but you know we're under contract to hire a TA, right?
And I do
Assistant
understand
TA.
that, and
So
I
if we
get
go to
that.
court, we're gonna lose money.
And I understand that, but the other 4 positions are
All
not
right, no, I
under
just wanted you to
contract.
know that, yeah.
But it's
Okay.
not fiscally responsible to be spending any more money than we already have. And if we really truly have a $600,000 deficit, why would we try to increase it going into FY '28? Because that is exactly what we're doing by hiring these people. And we are putting ourselves right back to where we've been for the last few years, where we needed a $6.8 million override that failed, and then a $3 million override that failed, and we are now looking at $600,000 legit deficit, which is pennies on the dollar compared to our overall budget. I bet you if we needed an override of 600,000, I bet you people wouldn't have a problem with that because it's 600,000. It's pennies on the dollar. Or we could actually not need an override at all, and with some of the fee increases that we're going to be doing, that would generate some revenue. Every department deserves what they need, but we aren't in a position to give it to them. And to give it to them when we're not in a position, we're only setting ourselves up to say we're taking it away, and I'm tired of taking it away. Wait until we can keep it there. And that's just where I feel. So I won't
Okay.
vote to cut or to hire, I'm sorry.
Council Malloy?
I'm confused. Just listening to Jane's comments and Mike's comments. It's going back to my own kind of thought process on this. I have no problem using free cash to stabilize our operating budget for this year. I think it was a smart way to go. We had the opportunity to do it, to stabilize the departments, give ourselves a chance to figure out where and how we're going to grow out of this. As Jamie proposed a budget in February, there was talk of using $2 million in free cash. And over time, I guess over just the last couple of weeks, that number has dropped to about $1 million in free cash because of all the pluses and minuses that we've seen in the revised budgets, from additional state funding, additional costs, etc. I was working towards reducing that initial $2 million in free cash to $1 million in free cash. I thought between the OPEB accounts and some other cuts, we could come up with the other $1 million. We got there through happenstance and the cuts in insurance costs for people, kind of offset by retiree healthcare costs, and all the pluses and minuses, we kind of got to that $1 million. So I do have some concerns about how we count free cash and what that amount is, and Jamie, maybe at some point you can kind of give us the scorecard on what we have, because I think I have a different amount in mind. The revised budget that the town administrator puts forth shows about $1.5 million in free cash. $1 million of it allocated to pay our liabilities for the existing health insurance policies that town employees have had for the last 4 years. I was kind of blown away when I saw that number 2 weeks ago. I had no idea it was going to be anywhere close to that. Quite honestly, I don't think we had a lot of discussion about whether or not there'd be a cost to exit. Maybe I missed it, but when I saw $1 million plus an additional $250,000 that's proposed tonight to move from another stabilization fund to help pay for that, I just feel like the rug was pulled out from under me. I thought we had, in my mind, a way forward without spending all that money. But now it looks like it's $1.2 million that needs to be committed to potential medical insurance liabilities that we won't really know until the fall when that's all washed out. So I was sort of crestfallen when I saw that, because I thought maybe there was an opening to maybe start to salvage and save some of the free cash that I didn't think we needed to spend, and then we'd talk about capital improvements and maybe through some borrowing or through some other means we could accomplish some of those objectives. So I see that money kind of shaken out now and it's gone. Additionally, there's another $450,000 in premium holiday pay that, I mean, who knew? I mean, maybe it's me, but we save employees money on their health insurance, and we have to give them more money now. It's a law, I guess that's how it works, but again, it was another kind of shock to me. Thus my confusion in terms of where we all stand. Based on what we read for tonight, the Tier 2 capital improvements on top of the 1 million and maybe 1.25 million set aside for healthcare premiums, I'd like to debate some of that when we get to that point. Again, to Jane's point, I'd like to retain as much of that as we can. But now we need a dump truck, and now we need $200,000 worth of laptops for teachers, and it's, I feel like the ground has shifted a lot in the last 10 days or so. So I'm sure we'll have time to discuss and kind of think through this. I was hoping for more in terms of being able to save free cash. It looks like we're going to have to commit a lot of money to stuff that I didn't realize was coming down the path, so that disappoints me. I'm okay using free cash, the $1 million worth. I'm in favor of replacing the police officers, replacing the deputy town administrator, the munis administrator, the assessor's office position. I think those are growth-oriented positions, and I think there'll be a return on that, and I feel like we need to do that as part of our overall growth. I realize there's some risk in terms of how we're going to be able to pay for that down the road, but given our free cash history and the predictability that there'll be more free cash where and how when we use that, I feel like that's a responsible and reasonable thing to do. So, again, willing to discuss and go back and forth on various things, but that's kind of my initial position. Or comments.
Thank you, Council Malloy. Ken?
Yeah, I'll start with, kind of overall, like, financial operating principles. I disagree a little bit with what Councilor LeBlanc said earlier. I don't think that we are a business and we can't operate fully like a business. We're a town. That said, I completely agree with some of his comments. Taking a step back, a couple of things that I think about as principles. First off, I agree with the idea that we heard a lot with the Finance Committee, and I know we've heard from the Town Council here, that we need to minimize our utilization of free cash. We need to, part of the reason we're in this boat is that we've been mixing up what's a capital expense and an operating expense, and a goal of ours should be to break those out and actually allocate them where they need to be. That said, that's not a goal. You can't go cold turkey on that, without some major negative repercussions. So that should be a goal, a mission statement, part of the plan, but not. But we can't go cold turkey this year. We just need to be very thoughtful. It seems to me, it sounds like we are trying to be. But I just want to make sure I'm laying it out that's incredibly important for us as a town. To get to our financial health, we have to better understand where we're spending and where we're not. Taking that back, so that's one. Two, as Councilor LeBlanc mentioned, I think it's critically important that we do something different. And what we have done, everyone remembers this, going back over the past 5, 10, maybe 20 years. When we're constrained, we cut. We've gotten to a place where there's nothing really left to cut. We're in the bone. We're sawing more, and not spending for a year will cause problems with that. So so thinking more creatively as sorry, I keep calling you out, Councilor LeBlanc, is one option where if we're thinking about how can we actually begin to optimize revenue, or we need to. Instead of stopping all spending, we need to figure out how can we start to grow our top line so that, to create a little bit more flexibility than we have right now. Let's be honest, if all we needed was a $600,000 override last year or 2 years ago, that probably would have happened. But it's not what we need. And I think most people recognize that it's not a $600,000 shortfall we're trying to fill. It's a bigger gap. And I don't know anyone who wants to push a huge override to fill that gap. We need to do it via revenue. And one of the better ways to start that is as we, as we look at our budget, we target revenue growth opportunities. So, identifying the people who will help us with that is a great way to start. But as I said before, because we're not just a business, we need to be thoughtful about where else we can ease the pain, make things work, and whether that's school resource officers and whatnot, or something along those lines. I think that's healthy for the community if we're thinking big picture, though that is not specifically a revenue generator. So, I'm not committing on anything, but I'm just thinking about the broader principles. Finally, I want to also agree with Councilor Caldwell-Tripp, in our need to minimize to the extent possible, the impact to people. I hate the idea of using free cash, money that will not be there in a year, that's not guaranteed, to hire new people. I'm opposed to that on principle. However, I do think we are in a situation where that, if that's the best way for us to start to drive revenue, start to drive our growth, that's going to take precedence, because that's how we do something different than what we've done in the past. It's possible that we can sit on our hands and do nothing and hope that we're in a better position next year, hope that interest rates are such that the money that we don't spend grows a little bit, and that can help us. I don't think of hope as a reasonable plan, however. So, in my mind, I agree completely with the principle, but in terms of how we get there, I think we need to be more thoughtful about our approach. I think so. Taking a step back, those are the principles that I would suggest we think about as we look to vote. I'm more than happy to engage in discussion there.
Thanks. Great point about Rome wasn't built in a day, and we can't do everything one day. I totally agree with you there, Council. Caroline?
Okay. I have a couple thoughts, and I wrote something down, so I'm going to end up reading it. But one of the things I wanted to clarify, so as Councilor Malloy mentioned, there were lots of pluses and minuses. I think to clarify some of the pluses and minuses, I think there was $600,000 that was added that was not in the governor's initial budget, but it looks like it will be something close to that will be added based off of the House and Senate proposed budgets. Of course, that hasn't been finalized yet, but both the House and Senate agreed to increase the Chapter 70 funding, which is funding that is specifically meant for schools. Franklin should be based, again, off of the number that was agreed by the state Senate and House. Franklin is looking to get a $402,000 increase in Chapter 70 funding over what we had anticipated in our initial town administrator budget. So just to clarify for everyone, that is not money that is going, that should be considered extra money in the town free cash. That is money that is meant for the schools. The state has heard towns complain that schools are not being funded for all the things that are required of them, and so they have decided to increase the amount of money that is going to the schools. So we are a pass-through for that money. That $402,000 belongs to the schools. So to Councilor Blanc's point, he wanted to increase the school budget, undo the $60,000 cut, and provide the extra $400,000. I agree with that. That is their money. We need to pass that over. So that is $400,000 that is not actually in our free cash. And I want to make sure that that does get noted in the budget that we vote on tonight. Another thing, and I've said this before, I know you all have heard me say this, is that we have heard for years that we are on the edge of a structural budget deficit. We're on a fiscal cliff. We need a strategic plan that can't possibly include promising permanent positions that with money that isn't, guaranteed to us. So our free cash comes from departments that don't spend all of their budget. And in a year right now where things are incredibly expensive, there's no guarantee that the departments aren't going to have to spend every budget or every dollar that they've been allocated. So we don't know that there is going to be that much free cash coming back from budgets next year. It also comes from revenue that we hadn't anticipated. And once again, in a year where everything is very expensive, we don't know that people are going to be adding onto their homes and getting, the permits and increased home assessment value from that. So we don't know that we're going to have $4.5 million of free cash next year. So hiring people and promising them that we are giving them a salary this year, next year, into the future with, as Councilor Callaway Tripp said, with COLA raises, with benefits every year, it doesn't make sense. So now I'm going to read this thing. Sorry that I had to write down my thoughts instead of just flying off the cuff. But what I'm proposing is that we fund FY27 at the same service and staffing levels that we are already funding this year, FY26, and so that we are able to rely less on one-time free cash in order to do that. I don't think we should cut anything that we currently have, but I also don't think that we should be restoring anything that was previously cut when we had failed overrides and we had to make those tough decisions. I want to keep things steady and sustainable so that we can look to the future and figure out how to do that with money that we know we have and we will have year after year. I know many of you feel strongly that the town should be run more like a business. And I did write that before this conversation. I don't personally see municipal government and private business as the same thing. We have different responsibilities and obligations and goals, but I understand why that framework resonates. But even within that framework, proposing to keep things steady makes sense, because in a business, you don't hire permanent staff with one-time money. You don't take a windfall or surplus and use it to create a recurring expense that you'll be responsible for every single year going forward. That's not a good investment. That's just setting yourself up for layoffs later. It might not be the people that we are hiring within this budget, the 5 or 6 positions. It might be other members of our town departments. I don't want to put any of our current staff or anyone in that position. If any of these positions are truly essential for our town's long-term success, then they deserve stable, recurring funding. And if we don't have that funding yet, then we're not ready to hire for it. And that doesn't mean anything about the value of the position. I actually think these positions are incredibly they are necessary, but we don't have the position for it. They are important positions. I would love to see them, but we just don't have the ability to do that within our current revenue picture. And I also want to say, as we're talking about bringing in roles that can generate revenue, not every important service in a community is supposed to generate revenue, right? Some of our most valuable things that we provide, our library, our senior center, recreation programs, public works, public safety, schools, they are things that make people want to live here without necessarily bringing in revenue for the town. These are the things that make families look at Franklin when they're deciding where to buy a home. These are the things that our long-term residents rely on and appreciate. They don't always bring in dollars directly, but they do contribute to the health of our tax base because people stay in communities that meet their needs. I want to make sure that we're not saying we are focusing completely on these revenue-generating roles because that's what's important when we have so many things that are important. And we need to make sure that we are growing revenue by being a place that people want to be. And that means that we need to make sure that to maintain the services we already have and not stretch ourselves thin with new commitments that we can't sustain. My concern is if we start building recurring expenses on top of one-time money, we're going to end up right back where we were before, trying to close the gaps, making deeper cuts, and laying people off again. I don't want to do that. So I would propose an amendment that, again, brings everything back to the same level that we have right now. No cuts. I know that the current budget proposal in front of us, cuts to schools, cuts to facilities, I would undo those cuts. And the positions that are being added or restored, I would undo those as well, so that we are maintaining just the current staffing and service levels. that will hopefully avoid that structural deficit that we would be adding to, that we'd have to fight in another year or two. So I'm actually going to make an amendment now.
Well,
No,
why don't we,
wait.
why don't we
All right.
wait, and we'll do all the amendments at the same time,
Okay.
Caroline, okay? So, Max, do you want to speak now?
Yeah, I'll speak. No, I support, I think Carol, Councilor Griffith is going to make this motion to sort of get us to level service as a baseline. I don't necessarily support having level service, but I do support us debating, each of these additions. And so I think that, I actually support adding many of these things back, but I do think as a part of the process, we should debate each one. In general, I think that, yes, we are not a business. I agree a lot with Ken. It shouldn't be the primary focus of government to just focus on what gets to the bottom line, but at the same time, we have an operating deficit and we need to make ends meet. So I think it's sort of a short-term thing where we do have to add some of these positions that will generate our revenue, like the assessor's office, as a long-term strategy to boost growth, not because it's the end-all be-all of what government does, but because literally we need to make ends meet. I think that I've been concerned that, and I've said this on Franklin Matters, I have great respect for our police department and the work they put in every single day. And when I was on the last override, I was knocking on doors trying to get those officers to stay on. And unfortunately, we didn't have our way. But I will keep on fighting for those officers. When it comes time to push for more revenue, I want to see a full complement of 63. But I don't think now's the time. And I think that, the last time we said we would make these cuts, we said we should follow through and make the cuts, not because we're threatening anyone or saying that, you should do this or else, but because it's math. We only have so much money. We only have so much that we could spend. And I think when we say what we're going to do to the voters, we have to follow through on that. Or else when we go before the voters next time, they're not going to believe us. So I think that was the most visible cut. And I don't feel comfortable bringing that back. But I do believe the voters should be able to choose whether they want to bring that back. And like I said, this isn't about gamesmanship or, you said that. It's literally, this is democracy. We can make the town that we want to believe in. And, I think if the voters want to if the voters, didn't allow for the revenue for it to be there the first time, they should have another opportunity to say, this is what we want a second time. In terms of a lot of the other positions, the TA is contractually obligated. Like I said, that's going to hurt us in the long run if we get rid of that. The assessor's office is going to bring in more revenue. The inspector's office, more revenue. I am open to bringing back the cuts for the school committee. They went in under 2.5% like they were told to do, and then they got banged for it. And I don't quite think that's right. I do have great respect for the finance committee and making the recommendation to the council, and I don't want to. They did a lot of work, and I don't want to make them think that they didn't. That work was for nothing. I think they put a lot of good stuff into that, the recommendation to the town council. But I do think that the school committee should, or the school department should probably, it's a very small amount, so really it's trivial. But I think it's symbolic that they did 2.5%, and yet other departments are doing more. Like what happened? So to sum up, I support having debate on each thing. We're going to come to consensus as a group. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to deliberate. We're a deliberative body. So I support Councilor Griffith's amendment and hope that we all will sort of have a vibrant debate, a civil debate, because debate isn't just button heads. It's coming to an agreement as a community that this is what we support. And so I support a civil debate as to what we want and what's best for the town. So with that, I'll yield.
Thank you, Max. Tim?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of really good points made tonight by my fellow councilors. First of all, I think it's important to clarify. Carrie, can you come up to the mic and just remind everybody, we're not actually depleting our stabilization fund with anything proposed tonight, correct?
the whole question.
Yeah, we're not actually depleting our stabilization fund by using any of the funds proposed tonight that I'm aware of, correct?
No.
It was suggested, and I want to
Yeah.
clarify that everybody understand that our stabilization funds remain intact.
That's correct.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you. And
you're
how
welcome.
much is in there right now?
Which one?
The budget stabilization account. Do we have a?
There's over 3 million.
Yeah, 3.5 million.
3.5 million, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know right off the top of my head.
No, that's okay. That's okay, because you provided that data at the last meeting, and I just
did.
want to make sure people understand that the free cash number is annual.
Yes.
And the stabilization funds and the various funds that we have, we contribute to when we can, they grow. We use them as debated and as needs come up, but those are not being depleted.
They are not at all. Yep, great question.
Thank
you. Can I make one other clarification if you're going to bring that up? Councilman Malloy, you mentioned the group insurance and mentioned that as a stabilization fund. That is not a stabilization fund. So that's a trust fund. That's all. I just wanted to make, if we were going to talk about it, I just wanted to clarify.
Fair enough. Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I make that point because, as I said at the last meeting, I do think it's time that we pivot and try something new, because unfortunately, for years, the philosophy has just been, well, we just cut and cut and cut, and I know it was already said that we're down to the bone. Bring in a few people back to various departments, maybe even adding some personnel to departments with the intent of, to Caroline's point, to better serve the community and better serve the people of Franklin. I think that's why we're here. And I think, as Councilor Blank and I have said many times, many of these positions are in here with revenue expectations, but we have to also give it time. We have to give these positions time to get acclimated, hit the ground running, figure out ways that they can grow and help bring some of that bottom line revenue that we so desperately need in. And if in 2 years, which we've outlined, if it didn't work, if we're still, I don't know if I'll be sitting here in 2 years, but if I am, and if we are, then we're gonna have to say, okay, we tried something different and it didn't work. And it disappoints me that there would be any cuts made to our schools, so I would certainly be in favor of putting that back. And I know that we're going to be debating in a little while using some other free cash money for some other things. In a perfect world, we wouldn't be touching free cash. In a perfect world, free cash would be there. We'd be using it for one-time capital projects. We wouldn't be using it for operating. But folks, we've been using it for operational expenses for years. Like, I just need everybody to understand that. Like, the police department and the school department and the fire department have come to us year after year after year needing that free cash money to fill operational needs. And we've had to give it to them. So this is just sort of shifting the mindset as far as I'm concerned and putting yes, free cash is one-time money, but if we look at history, we've had $3.5 to $4 million in free cash every year for many, many years. I know the economy's a little rocky. I know things are expensive. I'm going to hedge my bets that we'll have that money come next year as well. So I'm in favor, certainly with the budget as proposed, with the trying to restore some of the money that was cut from our school department and have that conversation. But I just think we need to, let me back up for a second. We have to make the commitment to a deputy town administrator, to Chairman DeLorco's point, because we're contractually obligated to do so, and we've been putting it off for a year now. So even the notion of pausing that puts us in legal jeopardy, which I'm not willing to say is okay, and I don't think it's fair to Jamie, and I don't think it's fair to the town that we don't have that support. And I do think that even though the two SROs are not revenue generating, we have heard from the community loud and clear that they were very, very dearly missed. We already have heard from the chief many times that our police department is not at where it should be. And if we have the ability to put those 2 people back in our schools, I think we should. So, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gene?
Okay, since we're talking philosophy here, I have Ben Franklin behind me, he's looking down on me. He's saying.
He's out there too.
Industry need not wish. And what does that mean? Well, that means that, we shouldn't, hard work means you don't have to necessarily hope. Or as Franklin said, action and effort will naturally replace the need for daydreaming. Or, and that he who lives upon hope will die fasting. There are no gains without pains. So what's the point? The point is that we can't hope that money's going to appear, and if we have these hire people, right, with money that we don't have for recurring salaries, we're kind of just hoping that it's going to fix itself. Well, I'm telling you, it's not going to fix itself. And I know we want to get additional revenue, okay? But the other thing you have to look at is 4.2%, that's the current inflation rate, okay? Things are going up this year, all right? People are going to want potentially salary increases that are over 2.5%. In other words, I don't think the fiscal situation is getting better. So I think we need to be, I guess, we'll get another Franklin word, frugality, okay? Be careful about how we spend our money, because we don't want to see ourselves in a place where we have to cut. So I don't want to cut anything. I want to stay, level on funding. If we can restore some money to the schools, because including 2.5%, I want to, see that. But as far as adding new positions with money we don't have, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Rather go out to the public and say, hey, if you want these jobs, we need to raise additional funds, okay, and we'll work for it. That's basically, following kind of what Ben Franklin was saying there, is that we need to do the work and not hope that we're going to get out of the situation. I'll yield.
Thank you. Well, I kind of agree with I definitely would agree to give the school back their money, by all means. I don't know if anybody ever knows if they take a job, who works for 44 years in the same place? I was a public servant for 30 years, but who does that anymore? Nobody. They come to work, they're lucky they stay 6 months, 8 months. Who knows? Nobody knows. It's a job. Nobody stays in their jobs anymore. Do you know anybody stays in their job? Nobody does. I do agree with Councilor Blank that we have to try something new. Obviously, we have to hire the TA. There's no, the assistant TA, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna get into legal trouble with that. That will cost us more money. Definitely more money. Yeah. Luckily Jamie's been good. He hasn't said anything. But we need to. And I don't know, I'd like to put the police officers back. I don't know how much overtime Council Lynch, Chief Lynch is, because they're forced to work if he doesn't have enough coverage. So that comes out of the bank too. And same with the fire department. They're forced to work. They can't just say, no, I don't want to work. They got to work. So if that takes off a little bit of the buffer by bringing those 2 officers back, I definitely agree with bringing them back, because it's costing us money anyway. Jamie, do you want to talk about this?
Why not? No, I think it's all, as I said before and I said last week, it's all fantastic discussion. I don't know, there's a lot of different opinions. I don't think any one of the 9 or any 2 of the 9 were exactly the same. So I think the council's gonna have to think through how to, I know Councilor Griffith has an amendment, and maybe you should allow the amendment to go forward, but I do see some consensus. I think if there's one thing that I hear of, is generally, and I know a couple members didn't say it specifically, but the $60,000 the Finance Committee cut from the school budget is a very easy thing to do, right? There was 40,000 that was requested by the finance committee for the police budget that the chief didn't ask for capital. You could easily take that 40,000 and probably also slice the unscheduled overtime for the facilities department, 20,000, and there's your 60,000 right there. So if everybody agrees on something like that, that's an easy transition. I think the other comment I'd make is on the new positions, obviously there's a variety of different opinions on those. I do agree and generally side with Councilor Morangelo. I think maybe the easiest way to deal with that is to take a roll call vote maybe on each position and just find out exactly where the body is on each one, because I do think that there are a variety of opinions. If you reduce the deputy town administrator, the administrative assistant for the assessor's office, and the 2 SROs, that is $348,653. Thing you also have to consider is then you also have to bring down the new growth assumption, $65,010, because I increased that number in new growth from the assumption that there was going to be a full-time administrative assistant in there on October 4th with a 3-month lead time. The appraisers could get back out on the street January 1st to June 30th and hopefully capture some level of new growth. And the principal assessor said, I think either here or at the FinCom, that the position will easily pay for itself. And I think the Finance Committee had a discussion about the part-time inspector for the building commissioner and how the admin will at least start getting more permits approved, which means more occupancy gets approved, which means the assessors can go out and appraise those properties on those renovations or whatever they be. So I think the other thing I'd mention is really quickly, the $73,462 that's for the munis administrator, which is a 3-month amount that's in here. You're also going to have to add back in the $46,000 in cuts, mainly to the finance department, to do the work for the munis admin. So it's not as clear cut as just, if you take out those positions, that's fine. To everybody's point, those are savings. That's free cash you won't have to use because your budget deficit won't be as large. But you're also going to have to fiddle with the revenues on new growth because it's going to be pretty hard for them, I think as we heard from the assessors, to continue to raise new growth while our appraisers are in the office doing admin work, right? So there is a cause and effect from some of these decisions. Happy to answer any more questions, but I think the new positions seem to be gathering the most amount of commentary. And I think I'm sure there's more discussion on the capital items in round 2 and a variety of other things on free cash relative to Councilor Blank's request of using $400,000 for the schools. But I think, at least the new positions, maybe you can organize it in a way to make it clear about where the full body stands on each one, because I'm just simply, as I'm listening to all 9 of you, I can see that there's different positions on each one, right? So, just food for thought. Other than that, I don't have really much else unless folks have questions.
So I'll take a straw poll. Do you think we should do a straw poll about every position coming back? What do you guys?
I think we should do a formal amendment.
I think before.
Well, because we'll have to do every position.
Right. Right, I think that makes, I think it probably makes sense.
Yeah.
But we should probably start with just, are we all on the same page that we want to start with status quo, with level funding and then adding things back, and just go piece by piece.
Okay.
That's my amendment.
Okay.
We could start there.
Yeah, then let's do it.
But I just would like to clarify, is level funding basically just stripping out those new positions in reality? Or is it?
That's what I had. I had the.
Without the 60
the budgets that
and
the
with the
departments
400.
requested, yes, without the extra positions and without the cuts that were made by the FinCom.
Okay.
So
okay.
So that's what I considered to be exactly the same. I also, one thing I guess that we didn't mention was that I also included, like the other cut that was last year was the summer help from the DPW. I had also taken that out because that was, again, something that was cut. So that would not be level service.
So
That's just one other thing.
through you, Chair, to
Yeah.
Councilor Griffith, with the model that you're looking at, what is your current free cash number going to be at before we discuss these 5 or 6 positions?
So I'll be honest, I don't know what the free cash number is because I went back to the original budget that Jamie had given us
without the 1 million,
before
too.
everything changed, because I know there were, to be honest, like the positions, the numbers that, like you took back for a quarter, I couldn't make those work. For example, like you said, well, we'll save $54,000 for the deputy town administrator, and that wasn't a quarter of 190, so I couldn't make those numbers work. So I was operating off of the previous one, so the free cash number looks different.
Yeah, so I think the only problem I have with the direction we're going is to propose an amendment, you have to have a number to go with, and we don't have a number to go. I understand the concept, and I'm fine with it.
I do, yeah.
Which is, for all intents and purposes, let's say it's $500,000 of additional staff here. We roll the number back to $600,000 of free cash, and we vote on each of the positions, bring it back. But the amendment has to have a number in it. We just can't, so.
You just can't vote on
I can get there. Give me
Yeah.
a minute. I've got all the numbers made. I can tell you exactly what I am proposing to put
Yeah,
back in.
I'd-
But
I
I
would
don't
say
have the
that-
total
right.
from like what we already were not including, but I can tell you exactly what I'm trying to put back in it if you give me 2 minutes.
And I just, as Jamie pointed out, you do have to take into consideration what the impact would be from a revenue standpoint, or like the munis position, it was add 70, but we cut 46,000 of consulting. So you gotta, if you get rid of the position, you gotta add back to 46.
46,
So
right.
there's
So
some,
we're
there's
not
some
gonna have-
dynamics in there. I understand the direction, I just don't know if we're gonna be able to figure that out
On the fly.
unless we take a 30-minute recess to figure this out.
Which we could do at some point, but I think we need direction from the council on the policy of maybe each position, or like whatever the cause and effect of those are. So I think we can take a recess and recalibrate it all, and we're planning for that at some point tonight. It's just a question of having that direction from everybody, so that when we come back after a recess, we're not going back in and back and forth, right? So it's like,
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm.
Take straw polls on these things.
What's up, Max?
Yeah, so just to be clear, we can, the current number we have for the budget, we're using all of our free cash with this and the capital budget, correct? And all the capital things?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, to Max, so just to rehash, I understand to some degree there may be a little bit of confusion. I put a summary table in here in free cash, right on the memo, first page, because this came up at FinCom. We had $4.5 million in free cash that we started off with. Y'all spent $1.88 million on Tier 1 capital.
Yeah.
If you include both the proposed capital tonight, round 2, and the money that's in the operating budget, you're at about 2.6 million left in free cash. 2.632 and change is what you have left. The 1.1 was to patch the budget gap, and the 1.5 million was for the Tier 2 capital resolution, a few items down. And that's the basic summary of free cash.
So just to be clear, I just want to, we have the budget, we're using free cash for that, but then we have these tier capital expenses that we're also voting on. So are we zeroing, tonight, at the end of the night, are we zeroing out our account?
If you voted for everything that's proposed tonight, you're zeroing out free cash, and to be clear, and I wrote it in the memo, we always zero out free cash.
Yes. But we don't
So
have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to. But just again, to be clear, just because I understand it can take a few times to get, June 30th, there's no more free cash. So it's zeroing out on July 1st no matter what, because now you have to go recertify it. So you're not gonna have available revenue until October, November.
But for the practice of this budget, if we underspend, it's not a big deal, but if we overspend, we're gonna have to cut from somewhere else in the capital.
Well, how would you overspend?
If we add Councilor LeBlanc has proposed
Right.
adding $400,000 to the schools. If we were to add that, we would have to cut from somewhere else.
Correct. If you added 400, either via the thought of the Chapter 70 number, or from free, to Councilor LeBlanc's point about adding 400,000 into the school budget for X, Y, and Z purposes, doesn't matter. You're gonna have to make up that revenue somewhere. In other words, you're gonna have to take 400,000 out of the free cash pile to add into the budget, or you're gonna have to make $400,000 in cuts. And I've reemphasized this again, and I'm just gonna say it. Chapter 70 is not just Chapter 70. It's also the assessments that come with it. And I would also note that the reason why the Senate numbers were exponentially higher than the House was because of their commitment to unrestricted general government aid. So it's not that Chapter 70 didn't go up, it did, right? But I've explained this about Chapter 70 every single budget year numerous times. It's also the assessments that come with it. So regardless of all that, if we want to give $400,000 to account 300 for whatever purposes and based on whatever theory, that's okay. But the revenue has to get made up somewhere, either through cuts in the operating budget or using probably more free cash. Councilor LeBlanc also added the note that you could theoretically project more revenue in local receipts or new growth. That's a little bit of a dangerous place to go. But I will say and remind everybody, we're not even in the fiscal year yet. We haven't collected anything, we haven't spent anything. So everything that's being done tonight is just a blueprint for the future. I would also suggest that everybody, we can all have our individual perceptions, but the ballot questions haven't happened yet. And so predicting what Beacon Hill will do, whether the ballot question passes or doesn't pass, you just gotta be careful not to overprescribe a theory that really may not come true. Because I can tell you from my experience, Beacon Hill, if the income tax if that
That's
goes
what
from
my
5 to
question
4.
was gonna be, how long is it gonna take?
They're also already committed in their budget to all of this local aid, and my guess is they'll use rainy day money at the state level for this year to make sure that the bills get paid at the local level. The idea that they'll pull the rug out from underneath of us in December is highly unlikely, completely, right? Even if that passes. So I just want to make sure everybody's a little careful that we don't project too far in advance on not just the income tax, that's fair, but also what Beacon Hill may do or not do depending on what happens there. Every single lawmaker up there, all 200 of them, and the governor and lieutenant governor all know that at some point if the income tax gets cut down at 4%, local aid will likely be cut. But the state also has $8 or $9 billion in their rainy day fund. So the likelihood of them using a portion of that to make sure they're whole for FY27 is probably better than not.
So there's a bit of a tangent, but I guess the free cash that is in, if we have a $400 million allocation, we use free cash, that's 300 cash we have to go to capital, and we can't use for capital, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yep. So everything has to balance, but we can go under, and so if we're under as a budget, we don't have to worry about it. Correct?
Under as a budget.
If we take stuff out,
Yes.
then we don't have to make it completely balanced. We could go to, we can spend under the current recommendation without problem, correct?
Correct. If you did not fund the deputy town administrator or the administrative assistant and 2 SROs, just for example, and you had to decrease new growth, you're looking at about a $400,000 delta.
Okay.
Of an
So-
impact.
so we don't have to get it to zero.
You would then not have to use $400,000 in free cash in the budget because now your deficit is going to be about $700,000 and change.
But we don't have to get free cash to zero tonight.
Well, by June 30th you do, and if you don't, it goes to zero anyways because you're going to have to recertify it through DOR.
But then it comes back and.
I just want to make sure, the reason why I keep saying it is, it does come back in your recertification in November. They'll document the money that you don't spend will get recertified. But I just want to make sure clear, if someone walks in here and says the lights are out in the auditorium, why can't we spend the $400,000 in August? You can't spend the money for something you don't have access to. That's just the germane point I want to make sure. So tonight or next week at your meeting on the 17th, you do have to decide what you're doing with free cash, whether it's saving the money, recertifying it, all those decisions are there, but we need to have that direction from you.
And my last question to you is, I sent an email to you asking, if God forbid, unless there's some unforeseen circumstances, will we have enough free cash to balance the budget next year?
Yeah. I think there will be. I think you look at the history of free cash, and we've gotten about $4 to $4.5 million since the pandemic. I do understand the comments that everybody's making about the budgets are getting leaner, departments are turning back fewer dollars. So yes, I do think that at some point you may have next year, but as Councilor DeLoco and Councilor Cormier-Ledger know, I'm worried about this every year, right? And they've heard me on the football field to every meeting that I'm always nervous free cash is not going to come back. And I've also been nervous the last 3 years when interest and inflation have been 12%, and I thought the economy was going to come to a standstill. We've had people predicting recessions. Oh, it's going to be next year, it's next year, it's next year. So it's hard to really project out, but I'm pretty confident you are going to get a sizable amount of free cash. Is it 3 million? Possibly. 3.3, 3.5? Possibly. You'll know a little bit more next week when we have the end of year transfers for FY26. I can tell you that the amount of money that you're going to need to transfer in between departments is very small. As Bobby and Ted both know, usually it's around 50 to 100, 150,000. We're probably going to be around that. But we're still going to be turning back a significant amount of money, and you still are going to have unanticipated revenues. And just to really quickly, if you look at the revenues to date as of April 30th, local receipts, okay, we were 93% collected. So whatever we get in May and June to cover that and hopefully get over the 100%, which is all I need to hear in the aggregate to feel like I can go out and celebrate with an espresso martini. You know, when we hit that 100%, we all talk about it in the office and you feel like you won the marathon. And then any money over that, if you're at 102% revenue, 105% revenue, that unanticipated revenue is going to come back to free cash. So as people know, and the state announces this all the time, the two biggest tax collection months in Massachusetts are April and June. Capital gains on one hand, but also because it's, you know, June is just the biggest tax month. So where we'll end up, I don't know. We'll obviously know July, you know, mid-July. But you're going to have a certifiable amount of free cash. I do not believe that you're going to be in a position where there's nothing.
No, yeah, but we will in your best judgment, we will be able to balance the budget and everything else that needs to be balanced from capital.
Yeah, and as I said in my email to you, barring an economic collapse, World War III, and I'm dead serious. I said this in the pandemic year. I said it in my March budget memo. I said, barring any unforeseen circumstance, and 3 weeks later, we were in a lockdown. So yeah, I'm clausing that on record to make sure y'all and everyone in the community knows that if there is World War III and there is tariffs and there are more economic disruptions, obviously I'm not going to listen to any criticism of me trying to do things that I can't, you know, prove. Right. But I just also told you, or I have no control over. But also, I just told you, we're going to end up turning back probably over $1 million at least, and then beyond that, we're going to have unanticipated revenues, and that also includes building permits. So if we don't, you know, a building comes online or a new project that's currently construction, that new growth will be considered, like Maplegate Solar Farm, right? So there are other revenues out there, and I know you're going to have some level of certifiable free cash, you know, next year.
Thank you.
Yeah, Washington Street's coming on too. They just started up there too, so that's.
Couple quick questions. Well, actually, first a statement. When I made the comment about the income tax, I'm not worried that they're gonna pull the rug out from us in
No.
FY '27. I'm talking about FY '28, so I'm going another year ahead. And I feel we need to be prepared for those situations, plus your inflation, plus insurance costs and all the things we have no control over, and if the electric company and gas company decide to like really raise the rates and we're all in trouble, we need to be prepared. But I have a question, two questions. One, if we didn't use the free cash, right, but chose to move it to the budget stabilization fund, technically we zeroed out free cash, correct?
Correct.
So it doesn't have to be recertified?
Correct.
Okay. Second question is, and this is what, you made a statement and I'm now completely confused.
Okay.
If we got $402,000 more in Chapter 70 money than what we were anticipating, okay? And if we did what Councilor LeBlanc was suggesting, was to give that to the schools, okay? Why do we have to cut from anywhere else? Because it was $402,000 that we weren't accounting for in the budget.
But it is now. We're accounting for it in the revised model. It's already in there.
So the 1.5.
It's in the aggregate. And to be honest, if you break, I mean, I understand somewhat where this comes from, and I've explained it every budget year. These guys know. You get a cherry sheet with a whole bunch of different stuff, and it comes through. And I say this respectfully. I understand when the press release comes out, the Chapter 70 went up X amount of dollars. That's the thing folks focus on. But there's all these other aspects of the cherry sheets. There's a state aid analysis on the budget website between the House, the governor of the House and the Senate. But we plugged the numbers in the aggregate. If we didn't get that additional revenue or we weren't using free cash, we'd be cutting probably every department, including the schools. There would be a proposal to cut from the 2.5%, but I was proposing to use one-time money to try to avoid any reductions in service. And so we're already accounting for all of that money in this budget proposal. If we didn't account for the Senate budget numbers, you'd be using I'm estimating, so don't hold me to the number, you'd be using 1.6 or 1.7 or 1.8 million in free cash. So the state aid, Senator Roush and Rep. Roy heard your letter, heard all of us, the MMA, they delivered. I think they did a great job given what the budget pressures are on them. But we've already accounted for that state aid in the budget, and we're just reducing the amount of free cash that's being proposed to be used.
Okay. I just wanted to.
So it's in there.
All
Yeah,
right.
It's in there.
it's in there, is what he's trying to say.
All right, I got that. Okay.
Jamie, just one clarifying point, because I haven't heard you said it, but I remember it from
Before.
several years. We always come back in the fall and address the budget when we know the real numbers from the state over the summer, correct?
Correct. So
So
we come
every-
back in November, that's a great point, Councilman. So we come back in November and, you know, we, as everybody, I hope, has watched before, whatever the final state aid numbers, if there's other assessments that come in that are updated, we do a whole, what's called a recap. And we've done budget cuts, actually, in November before, too. We've made reductions in service on the town side. And so we come back in November, and you're required to do that by law before you set the tax rate in December. So you're going to get quarterly reports throughout the fiscal year, and you can actually adjust the budget, you know, all the way up until November 18th. So you could adjust the budget once a month. That's one of the benefits of our form of government. Small towns can't do that with town meeting, right? So as we move through the summer and in the fall, if things change or we do get into World War III or, you know, some other unforeseen circumstance, we can come back as we always have and try to manage that. But we are required to come back and do a full recap of the entire budget, and y'all vote on that in November, and then the tax rate comes in December. So it's an excellent point that Ted's bringing up.
And also, my second point is, because I got clarification from Rep. Roy, earmarks will most likely be protected, is what he's telling me, because to your point, you know, they're promised to cities and towns for various projects, they're promised to nonprofits. They'll use rainy day money if they had to, God forbid, but it's obviously future years, then those earmarks might be in jeopardy, but the earmarks for this coming fiscal year will be okay.
I would trust his advice on that, and I also
Yeah.
believe part of the reason for that is because some of those earmarks are coming from the millionaire's tax money, so which is technically some of it's off budget for the state, so it's one-time money essentially. So I think a lot of those earmarks probably are. If Rep. Roy says that, I don't know why we wouldn't trust him.
I mean, I'm not trying to put Jeff on the spot, just I was concerned that some of those earmarks, like the $60,000 to the middle school auditorium project, I'm like, oh geez, maybe we shouldn't count on that, because who knows what will happen with the referendum. But I'm being told, you know, that'll be
I think
okay.
those are from the millionaire's tax money, which was set aside for education, so that may be the reason why he's suggesting that those are solid.
All right, thank you.
Mike, you had a question, right?
No, it was just, it
Oh.
wasn't a question. I mean, the direction we're heading in, I think, is fine, which is,
Yeah.
as Counselor Griffith proposed, this,
Yeah.
and then those new positions, we'll vote on them up or down. We may end up at the same exact point. They may all get a vote through. We may at 1.1,
Yeah.
and the 400,000 for the school, we'll take that up separately, and I'm fine in the direction we're going in. To be honest, we just need to come up with that
Yeah.
baseline number.
Baseline number, yes, I agree. Go ahead.
So I wanted to kind of clarify, I think, what Councilor Callaway Tripp was asking about why we need to make cuts to pass through that 402 Chapter 70 money was, again, because, so at least for me, I'm not proposing we don't use free cash at all. I think we have to use free cash. We're gonna have to balance this budget using free cash. My suggestion was that we don't add on recurring permanent cost, like people, you still have to use free cash in order to budget, balance what we already have. The original proposed budget from our town administrator didn't include the extra $402,000 in Chapter 70 and the extra 200 something. That isn't actually quite determined yet because the number for unrestricted funds is, I think, different between the state, between the Senate and the House. So that number isn't necessarily official yet. The other one still has to need the signature from the governor, but I did speak to Senator Roush, and she said that coming out of committee, if the House and the Senate, if the numbers agree like they do for Chapter 70 monies, that will be the number that comes out of committee. So we can anticipate that unless the governor vetoes it, we will be getting $402,000 in Chapter 70. That does not require any cuts for any departments because it would mean that we are using some more of the, for the free cash money than what was necessarily, expected in the revised budget.
I think Jamie was saying that, yeah.
Right, but the point is we don't have to cut things. It doesn't require cuts to any other departments because this was an unanticipated $402,000 that was meant for the schools. It would just be passing it over to them. It doesn't require affecting anyone else's budget. And I think that is what the clarification that was needed because, saying, oh, well, it's incorporated into the new budget. Yes, but just in a way that brings down the free cash money,
amount.
but it doesn't affect anyone else. So I just wanted to.
All right,
Could we just
Jamie?
So through Mr. Chairman, so just in terms of a baseline number and knowing where this is going, instead of me projecting a number to you and then going through the positions and some of the other triage, I think to Councilor LeBlanc's point, I think you just straw poll or vote on each of the new restored positions. So our staff have guidance. That will give us clear clarity. And then if folks are in agreement on, or not in agreement, it's okay, but on the 60,000 restoration to just account 300, if you want the 40,000 from the police and 20,000 from facilities, that's an easy one to do too, but I need you guys to straw poll and vote on that, just to give me the guidance. And then after that, I mean, that will shuffle the deck for us to a point where we can take a brief recess, and I can get you a better number on exactly how much free cash is then left. Because I understand Councilor Griffith's point about the 54,000 was reduced in the deputy town administrator. We don't just do a quarter. It's based on 26.1 work weeks, 26.2.
Also, the salaries came in lower this year.
Yeah, some of the salaries came in a little lower. So it's not just take 190 and divide by 4. It's not as easy as that. And that's why the number looks like it's not 1/4. And so, but if I can have direction on those 5 or 6 things, that will give me enough to go figure out and give you a better number of what you have for free cash.
Okay, so why don't we do a straw poll? Clark, why don't you read the positions and we can just raise our hand.
I do think we should do a roll call, just because this is a matter of public importance for the town. So I think even though it's a straw poll, I think we should read the roll.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me. Yeah, we can do a straw poll.
No,
So
he wants a roll call.
He's suggesting a roll call.
He's suggesting a roll call.
On each position.
I don't think that's a problem. Does anyone else feel that's a problem, a roll call? Or do you just want to do a straw poll?
We can roll call.
Yeah, roll call. It's
But
not a
Jamie,
big
can just for clarification, can you like throw out a position?
Yep.
We'll roll call it.
You got it.
Because,
Yep.
I don't.
Let's start with the munis administrator.
The TA,
and
the assistant TA.
No, the munis, yeah, you could do the deputy town administrator.
Let's start with the deputy town
Yep, deputy town administrator.
All right.
Deputy TA position. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote specifically on restoring the deputy TA position to the FY '27 budget, correct, Jamie?
Correct.
Okay, Counselor Rajuko.
Yes.
Counselor Morangello.
Yes.
Counselor Malloy.
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Counselor Griffith.
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp.
No.
Myself is a yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
So that passes by a vote of 7-2.
Administrative assistant for the Board of Assessors.
Yeah.
Which, again, just for everybody's edification and clarity, will also result in a $65,010 loss in new growth revenue.
Can you
If
tell
we
me
don't
the
add
name
it.
of the position
What?
again?
If we don't add.
If you don't add it, correct, Counselor Jugo. Yes.
This is an administrative assistant?
Administrative assistant for the Board of Assessors. Yeah.
How is that determined? I'm sorry. How is that amount of new growth
Yeah.
determined?
Pays for the benefits and the salary for that year. And it was based off the recommendation from the principal assessor that the position would pay for itself and year one, and probably would pay beyond that, you know, year 2, 3, 4. But we basically just said, we're gonna call it even, because there will be more new growth for 6 months when the appraisers can get out of the office.
So it's a hypothesis, right? We're expecting that it would pay for itself essentially, that there is.
I trust our Board of Assessors and our principal assessor with their judgment, and the Board of Assessors who are elected have asked for this for 2 years.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on adding the administrative assistant to the Board of Assessors while also taking into consideration some expense, Jamie?
A revenue decline.
A revenue decline would be there if it was denied.
If it was
correct?
denied, there'd be a revenue decline of $65,010.
Okay. Counselor Rajuku?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
Yes.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
No.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair?
No.
And Chairman?
Yes.
So that position would pass by a vote of 6-3. Sorry, Julie, you're gonna have a lot of paperwork.
Thank you, Ted.
I'm ready
Thank you,
for
Ted.
We're all taking notes.
First on everyone.
You got your back.
Switch this up.
Should have never said yes on vacation to this. All right. Jamie, next position?
The 2 SROs, which is going to equal, I mean, you don't have to write this down, Ted, but just for the council, you're looking at $169,000 savings on those 2 positions. And then one's at $64,706, one's at $104,260.
You made Franklin get that cost.
Well,
Who needs the help?
Intimidation from the crowd.
This is going to be the hardest vote for y'all of all. Because the meme online is going to be Frankie and Ben saying they can support me. So you're looking at $169,000, roughly a few dollars short,
Yeah.
of a salary decrease, and then you would also be able to reduce the benefits line item by about $50,000 for 2 fewer health insurance accounts.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you're seeing about, about 220,000 roughly in savings, but, the folks right over there.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, this is not a resolution, but this is going to be a roll call vote on restoring 2 school resource officers to our Franklin Police Department. And I'll do the roll call out of order because I think sometimes it's not fair to always call on the same people first. So, Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
No.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor Ajuku?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
No.
Vice Chair?
No.
Chairman?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So that, the 2 community school resource officers would be restored by a vote of 5-4. Jamie, next one.
The Munis Administrator,
Can you
which
spell munis for me?
M is in Mary, U, N is in Nancy, I-S.
Oh, just
Yeah,
like
sorry.
it sounds. Okay.
I know, just as nasally.
I thought it was something more complicated. Sorry. Munis.
Sorry. So this is a savings in the salary line item of $73,462. But you would need to add back in $23,000 to both finance as well as HR, a piece. So your net savings for that, hold on. The net savings out of all that is whatever, 27,000 and change, because you gotta add back in the services from the efficiencies from the reduction in position.
Carrie, did you want to say
No,
something?
it's the right number, it's just not.
It's not, I'm not lining it up perfect, but we will outside. The 46,000 in restored number, it's probably 28 and 14, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
We'll look up the numbers out there and we'll fix it in the revised version that we're gonna.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, again, not a resolution, but this is a roll call vote on adding the Munis Administrator to the FY '27 budget, and I will do a roll call. Counselor Ojukwu?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
Yes.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
No.
Vice Chair?
No.
Chairman?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 1, 2, 3, 6-3, sir.
That's where we started.
Our friends in Washington could learn a lot from watching us tonight, I think.
And then we have one last one, I think, not of a new position, but, you know, I sense that there's a majority of people that want to get a minimum of the 60,000 back to the school budget, so you can take that one and do it if you want to reduce the police budget 40,000, which was money the finance committee recommended to put into the police budget, but the chief didn't necessarily ask for that. And then we have talked about unscheduled overtime and a bunch of other things, and if you want to reduce that in facilities, that's an easy $60,000 transition that can easily get the schools back whole from what the request was that the superintendent had asked for.
Wasn't there also a new person to the inspection department?
Yeah, part-time.
Yeah, you could,
Yeah.
it was, and, oh, I'm sorry, in the summer help, I totally forgot about the
Yeah.
summer help. So maybe you want to do the, I'm sorry, Ted, you're right.
No, that's okay. I just think we're talking about
Yeah,
everything,
why don't we,
right? So
my
we
bad.
should just talk about everything.
The part-time inspector was recommended by the finance committee to create more of a revenue generation flow with the administrative assistant and giving Gus more individuals to go out and be able to close out permits, which allows then for closing and occupancy and a variety of other things. So that was 50,000, so you're right, we should do a roll call.
So
on
that's
that.
a part-time building inspector for...
Part-time building inspector for
just-
the building inspector, yep.
Okay.
And Jamie, just to be clear, there is no benefits with this one,
There are no
right?
benefits.
Okay, just to be clear.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, again, not a resolution, but this is to take a roll call vote to approve a part-time building inspector being added to the FY '27 budget. Counselor Callaway Tripp?
No.
Counselor Griffith?
No.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor Ojukwu?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
No.
Myself, yes. Chairman?
Yes.
So that would be a vote of 6-3, sir, in favor.
Can I ask a point of clarification about the summer help? The DPW was increased in addition to just the summer help. It was some, is this vote just going to be on the summer help itself, or is it going to be the whole DPW increase?
I believe the summer help, but I would also defer to Councilor Griffith to what I think her amendment might have been. I think you were just highlighting the summer help. The rest of the money, Max, went to the snow and ice.
Okay.
I was just looking at the 41,000 in summer.
Summer,
help.
okay.
That was restoring what was cut last
There's
year.
no additional new positions, Jamie, in the
No new
budget that
positions
I'm
in the
aware of.
DPW other than summer help.
All right.
Yep.
How many, do we have to put the number of people that this
No,
represents?
just
or just-
41,000. Yeah, it was just a,
Just summer part-time help for DPW? Is that good enough?
yep, that's perfect.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, not a resolution, but this would be the approval of adding summer part-time help for DPW back into the budget for FY '27. Counselor Ojukwu.
Yes.
Counselor Morangello.
No.
Counselor Malloy.
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Counselor Griffith.
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp.
No.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
And Chairman?
Yes.
That would pass by a vote of 6-3, sir. And Jamie, we have more, right?
Just the one more. You want to do the,
I was just, this
I
is
would-
my concept. I don't know if other
Do
folks
the-
have ideas, but I'm getting the sense, except for a couple people that mentioned
Yeah.
it, there seems to be consensus that the 60 grand should be added back into the school.
Yeah,
So
why-
I'm proposing to you a pretty easy way to do it.
yeah,
Which would be
40,000 and 20.
But we don't
40,000
deducted from the-
necessarily
have to take the money from those other departments to make that
You
happen.
could come up with another game plan, yep.
It could just come from free cash.
No, because then we have to get it from capital.
Yeah, then we
Right,
have
then
to
you gotta
cut
pull
the
the 60
capital.
grand.
I realize that, but we
Right.
don't have to whack
Right.
two departments to give back to schools.
I don't think you're necessarily whacking them, but I think you, but you.
She didn't ask for it.
There you go.
That's what a short timer does. He just gives up things.
I just had a feeling you were gonna say that.
No, seriously. I believe they gave us the $40,000 as like a beginning to try to reduce our reliance on free cash for recurring expenses. But $40,000 isn't exactly, I'd have to cobble a couple things together and still have to come back and say, I need 12 grand for the bulletproof vest. Oh, you're getting 25 vests for 12 grand? No, it's some of the $40,000 they gave us. It wasn't equal to anything. So it's not gonna, I mean, we're gonna be coming back looking for capital anyway. It's just, if that 40 grand can get the schools back what they need and make your job easier, by all means, it's all yours.
Basically, Chief, you're saying it's like throwing a deck chair off the Queen Mary.
There you go.
Yeah.
It didn't float.
However, I will say, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Right.
To try to put some money, take it out of capital to help fund operational things, but we can tackle one thing at a time, I guess.
Exactly.
So Jamie, this vote would be for restoring $60,000 to the school budget, but we don't have to put a means in this, do we?
I think it's easy to just say, reduce the police by 40,000.
And facilities by 20.
Facilities by 20,000, expenses, both are expenses.
Reduce 40K to police and 20K to facilities?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, again, not a resolution, but this is getting a roll call from the council on restoring $60,000 to Department 300, which is our Franklin Public Schools, while at the same time reducing $40,000 from the police department and $20,000 from facilities. Councilor Ojukwu.
Yes.
Councilor Morangello.
Yes.
Councilor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilor Griffith.
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
That passes 9-0, sir.
So, just as a review,
Yeah.
just to make sure I'm clear, there's no recess needed, because after those votes and those decisions, the amount of free cash you will still need to balance the budget is $1,104,132. So the bottom line free cash number doesn't change at this point, right, at this point, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did have there was one other cut, the 75,000 to facilities, that I had suggested be undone as well when I was.
Is that still in here?
It is in the
But-
FinCom recommended budget, was that they
Right.
had taken out the 75,000.
They took 75
They
out.
took 75,000
Yeah.
from facilities.
Right.
And so I was.
In addition to the 20, well, we just took 20.
So we just took.
Yep, we did, but.
That's
let's
expenses.
Park that
Yeah.
car for a minute, we're already at this point, we're
Yeah.
halfway through the marathon, right? So
Yeah.
we're tracking all this live on a sheet. Evan, thank you. But to Councilor Griffith's point, just for debate purposes, she's correct. The 75,000, forget about the 20, the amendment you just made.
Okay.
Just discuss, I think, the concept that Councilor Griffith has, and I think discuss the 75,000 that she's bringing up, and then we'll.
And then we'll
take
go
this
from
one.
there?
Well, we'll see what you guys think of this,
We're gonna roll call the restoring of the 75,000?
which means we're gonna have to find a place to raise that money to put in there, and I'm sure I'm guessing that Councilor Griffith has some ideas of what to do.
There's no free cash, we're using it for the capital.
Guys,
Well,
The
we could
capital at a
reduce,
different time.
reduce the
Capital,
request.
we have to reduce capital.
Right. But, okay, that'll come later, but this would not be a resolution, but for the purposes of a roll call, it would be the restoration.
Yep.
What was the dollar amount, Jamie, 75?
75,000.
Restoration of 75K to Facilities Department. Correct? Anything
Correct.
else I need to add
Expenses.
there? All right.
Yep, 2 expenses, yep.
Great. So, Mr. Chairman, again, not a resolution, but this is a roll call for the restoration of $75,000 to the Facilities Department. And I will bounce around again so people aren't feeling unfair here. Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Councilor Ojukwu?
Yes.
Councilor Morangello?
No.
Councilor Malloy?
No.
Councilor Griffith?
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp? Want me to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Vice Chair?
No.
Myself, yes. Councilor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
So that
Can I
passes.
just, when we're done, can I just say something?
Yeah,
Sure,
sure,
so
go
that,
ahead.
so that passes by 6-3. Of course, the pen decided to. Times are tough. Can't even get a working pen. All right. Thank you.
That's my favorite pen.
I'm sorry. You know, you'd think maybe they'd give the clerk a pen.
Yeah, Jane?
The reason I hesitated, I understand why FinCom did a lot of what they did, because they were trying to reduce the amount of free cash that was going to be getting allocated. Theoretically, we just increased it. This is why the positions shouldn't be filled and the departments shouldn't have to make cuts. Because by doing that, we are reducing the amount of the free cash that we are using by allowing them to maintain where they are with no cuts involved. I will give you the deputy town administrator, even though I'm against it financially, because I know it's contractually obligated, and I get that.
But you voted no.
I know, because it's, to me fiscally, financially, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
okay.
I get it.
Morally, it should be done, because it's in a contract that was agreed upon, and I don't like not holding up to the bargains. But on a financial status, no. By bringing in these positions, we're now just increasing the amount of free cash that we're using, and I get what everybody is saying, I do. But there are unknowns that could potentially hit in FY '28. And keeping some of this, or the majority of it as much as we can, into a budget stabilization fund so it's zeroed out, we don't have to deal with recertification from the state, is more fiscally responsible and gives us a bigger cushion in case anything hits us coming into FY '28, that we will definitely be okay and we aren't laying people off. Because if we do get hit, or we do have massive expenses that come up, and now all of a sudden we need that free cash for those major expenses because something unforeseen happened, we won't have it. And what we're gonna be doing is.
We have it. We have it in all those other funds that Terry mentioned.
But we can't touch the one that's 7 million because that's our AAA bond rating.
There's certainly domino effects, but it's not that we don't have them.
Right, so my point is, we're not touching that because it affects our AAA bond rating. So in my mind, it doesn't exist. Do you see what I'm saying? If it's not smart to use it because it hurts us financially when we go out for loans, then the money no longer is sitting there, it's gone, it's locked away, we don't have it, it's gone. It's just not there to use, because it's gonna hurt us even more if we do.
Okay, let's figure out what's going on here, because we're discussing this, we already voted on all these positions. So, let's figure out what he's given us a final budget number. So, Max, what do you got?
So if you look at the capital budget and you add it to the operating budget and how much we're using out of free cash, I think we're out of balance because we're taking more free cash than we have.
Right.
So I think I'm going to actually propose that maybe we should table the rest of the budget discussion and take the capital discussion up now, just so we make sure we have enough free cash out of when we discuss the capital. Because we could temporarily table discussion on the budget and bring up the capital discussion now, just to make sure we have enough capital, enough free cash for both things.
Okay. So the good news is the restoration of the 75,000 in facilities is increasing the amount of free cash that you need to balance the budget. However, you have, outside of the healthcare deficit, which I'm sure will be a discussion later, you have 528,000 in free, aside from the healthcare deficit, you have 528,000 in additional free cash. So you don't have to spend it all.
Right,
If the
but maybe we should
priority,
discuss
I'm
that
just
now.
articulating for right now. Mike, you can table the budget, but I think you're gonna start getting into very complicated Robert's rules here at 9:15 already. And you got 10 other resolutions. I would just say that if you voted on the 75,000 in free cash, I think there needs to be some sort of discussion when you get to, you can do it now, by the way. Is there 75,000 in free cash on the capital round 2 that you all can agree on to not spend, so you can restore the facilities budget?
And the only thing is the teachers' laptops, and that's the only thing that is not mandatory.
I mean, I know that's a rabbit hole by going and talking about all this, but I mean, you're gonna talk about it again in another hour, so I think you gotta deal with it if you're gonna increase facilities 75,000. And just for clarity, if we need direction from the council on what the 75,000 is for, we could use that, because the finance committee cut that because of water irrigation. So I did hear at the last budget hearing that people wanted to restore the lights at the auditorium with that 75,000. Is that what the council is desiring with that money, or is it not? Or are we just putting the water on that we can't run anyways because we're in a drought? So, I mean, I'm seriously asking that question.
So if I had to choose between irrigation and teachers' laptops, I'm gonna choose the teachers' laptops. I mean, it's a zero-sum game.
I agree.
Hold on.
Like if you're to keep or to cut?
Hold on.
What are you saying?
Hold on.
So there's not enough money in here for teachers' laptops and for irrigation.
Right.
So I would prefer there be teachers' laptops.
Okay.
We've already voted on that.
Keep that.
So, yeah,
We
so
are-
we wouldn't have to reconsider.
We voted on that, right?
But I don't think people realize the ramifications of that vote.
Yes, I believe we did, Max, to the chair. I
Yeah.
believe we all did.
Yeah,
And I think we should take care of the budget first.
And then
we'll deal
move
with
on.
We'll deal with the capital completely separate.
Yeah.
Because I think there is one more vote, one more amendment I would like to propose for the budget that we have, that's the elephant in the room that I started this conversation with. Is there's $400,000 more given in the state budget for Chapter 70. We have not given the schools that $400,000. Correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor Griffith.
No, we have not.
We have not. So I'm going to propose an amendment to use $400,000 of additional free cash to give that to the schools. And we can vote it exactly like we just voted this other thing.
Amy, can you clarify for us,
Yeah.
though, because you said it was baked in.
Right.
So where did you put it?
It's in the budget.
It's in the control sheet.
I mean, it's hard, and I understand it. Like, I noted it in the voting document, I put we assume the Senate budget numbers. That is a major way that you got the deficit from 2.1 million down to 1.1. Aside from that, Councilor LeBlanc and maybe others are just simply also saying, regardless of where the money comes from, and regardless of whether it's Chapter 70, state aid, and all that, there's an amendment that should be voted on by, at least a couple members have brought up, on $400,000, increasing account 300 by 400,000. And then I think the Councilor LeBlanc, or maybe others, you can debate it now, where you get that money, you're gonna figure that out later. Does that
Is that what you're
summarize, I
saying?
think?
Correct. And
But at
my
least from a
proposal
value
is-
standpoint.
and yes, and my proposal is to take, the only opportunity is you either cut, and we've already determined we ain't cutting anything.
We're not cutting
We
anything.
stay where we were. The only place you're gonna get it out of is out of free cash.
Free cash.
When we get to the we get to the capital, I know where that $475,000 is coming from to get us balanced. I know where that 475 is coming from, to get us balanced. So that's where my proposal, that's what I would like to vote on. I'd like to put, because
I
this
need
is
a-
straw vote or
Yeah.
whatever.
I need
Yeah.
a second if you're gonna make an amendment.
Well, could I just ask for a clarification,
Yeah.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes.
If I'm looking at this correctly, we have $1.5 million in free cash, according to Jamie's.
1.52.
Are you suggesting that we take the additional Chapter 70 money, $475,000, whatever it is? And will that reduce our $1,525,000 by $475,000?
Correct, yes, so we
we'll
don't have a million
and
one
change,
left, yes.
$1 million of which will have to go to the healthcare, or you have another amendment?
No, I don't want to answer that. It doesn't have to
Because the
necessarily all
capital.
go to the healthcare issue. That, when we get to that piece, I want to have a robust discussion about that.
Sure.
So it doesn't necessarily, it could be, yes, if Jamie can, we're slippery slope. If Jamie can convince me that we need that $1 million, then yes, it may be other items, hardcore, the laptops, the fixing, that's where the 475 comes from. We gave the schools 400,000, and it meant that we just didn't spend $475,000 of fixing a cooler and doing the other stuff. Or 475 comes out of the need for the health insurance, because I got some questions about that. But that's my point. I want to restore the schools, so whatever the mechanism, someone tell me what the mechanism is, I'll do it. But I would like to ask the 9 counselors to vote that up or down, just like we did with the other.
Councilor LeBlanc, can I ask you a clarifying question?
You certainly can.
Before we get to a vote, and I have to somehow write this up like a madman. At one point in the discussion, you were proposing earmarking the money, which I realize requires a school committee vote.
Correct.
On whether they decide to accept the earmark or our recommendation for the funds. But I believe that's what you said, so I just want to clarify that so that people understand.
Yes.
You're not proposing giving the school department all of that money from free cash with no limitation.
Yes, I mean, if we get, I'll talk about that from a discussion standpoint now. Yes, if we were to give that 400,000, I still would have the same intention of before, I would like 300,000, because the number I was using before was 300.
300,000.
I'd like to have that 300,000. I know we don't control it, it's up to the school committee and the administration how they do it, but I would love to have that $300,000 go to reducing fees, so that money ends up directly in residents' pockets this year. It's not, they will feel it. They will have $100 less. We talk about making it better for people. They'll have $100 less. I'm throwing out numbers. $100 less in transportation, $100 less in athletics, whatever it is. That still leaves them $100,000. They can use that as they see fit. However, I would love that to be in student-facing, adding a teacher, adding something back. I don't know what that is, but I would also like to, when they do their budget vote, I would love to be made aware of how that $400,000 was spent. But there is a caveat, we don't control it. They could go out.
They can do whatever they want.
Do whatever they want, but I would like that's my wish. It's just, it's a verbal wish, but we can't necessarily put that stipulation on them in the vote. It's,
Can I ask another
Council-
can I ask another clarifying
Yeah, go
question?
ahead.
though? 'Cause, Jamie, what would stop us not putting that in operating, but just allocating that through capital?
You could. You could do either or.
'Cause
You
isn't it
could-
less messy? Because,
Well, it's a little bit of just shuffling chairs for the sake of shuffling chairs, but I think a couple quick things. One, if you put it in the operating budget, it would go into account 300, and then the school committee would have discretion on how to spend that within the operating budget. If you just gave them 400,000 in a capital account, they could essentially use that for almost any purpose, and then I have to sign the warrants on that. So you could do it either way. I think we did this a couple years ago where they did get a flux of $1 million in free in budget stabilization money, and I think that was one-time funds, and it went into the operating budget, and I think, you know, you'd have to talk to the school committee and the superintendent on how they would spend that extra 400,000. You know, I don't know if the schools have a preference of where the 400,000 would go, whether it would be in capital or operating. But even the capital account, they could still spend that money out of that capital account on operating expenses. There's nothing that restricts them from doing that. So the easiest thing is to put it into the budget, because then I think they have a budget that's in a document that's voted, that's part of their operating budget. I think it's probably just more clear and transparent to do it that way. But to be clear, you could just approve the budget as is, right now, and you could spend that 400,000 on the schools in a myriad of other things, operating or capital.
because the reason why I asked before Lucas talks, I worry about it being in the operating fund from a annual perspective, right? Because if we're using one-time money.
It's gonna come out.
I love the idea of it helping
Right.
people out with fees, I really do.
Yeah, it's a great
But
idea.
I'm more in
Yeah.
favor of using, either way, it's coming from free cash. So
Well, then if
in
you're-
my mind, it's better to just allocate it in the free cash discussion.
If the council's, and gets a little murky with the school committee authority, but if you want to spend $400,000 to reduce fees, then the easiest way to do that is to probably just keep it aside, put it in a capital account, student fees or something.
Right.
I just want to note that the fees are then going to go back up the year after. So you can do it
That's
for
the
one
issue.
time, and I'm not arguing you
That's the
shouldn't do
issue.
that. I just want to make sure
It's why
that in FY '28, to Councilor Callaway Tripp's point of looking out in the future,
Yeah.
whatever the fee is today, you give people $50 break. I know it's a lot. That's your priority, but then they're going to go right back up the next year anyways, or they're going to be back to where they are today. But it would be easier if the purpose was for fee reduction. I think it would give the superintendent more flexibility to have it in a capital account, but I defer to his expertise on that for sure. I don't know.
Lucas, what do you got for me? Lucas, well, let's hear from Lucas, let's hear from the superintendent.
So thank you. I know it's been said, thank you. It's really the purview of the school committee is what would happen with any money committed.
Right.
I did show up to the hearing the second night to answer a question from Councilor LeBlanc around that type of money. A chunk of money like $300K probably reduces fees over 100. But then that's athletics, and then for the bus fee, it's probably about $27 to $30 for the year. So the application of $300,000 for that purpose, although I agree with the idea of fees being reduced as a fee payer, and in both of the two override budget, I had planned 4 budgets the first year. The second year, I did 2 more that had all these options in them, and the fee reduction was part of those votes. So if you voted yes, we would reduce the fees back down. That didn't happen, so we didn't reduce the fees. But I think, in my opinion, humble opinion, and in my expert opinion in running the schools, I would say that the $300,000, I don't think there'd be a department member here who would refuse money that they knew wasn't going to come from somebody else. But I'm hearing that this is tied in and baked into this budget. So my honest opinion is around the idea is if that money was to come. I know that we're actually tied up with about $380K in Tier 2 capital requests
Yeah.
right now.
Right.
So that's like facilities for schools, that's technology for teacher laptops, and the infrastructure, all the moves that we made across all the schools. We're still repairing walls, we're still doing some work. That's chipping away at the project. We had asked for a larger number last year. We had received a portion of that, so we're just phasing it in. We can't do it all. You heard tonight about the theater project. That is not on you, it's not on school committee. I didn't put that forth as a
I understand
capital request at that time because you saw what you approved for Tier 1 and Tier 2, and we just had to prioritize. It's not to say that it wouldn't come up in the future, or something like this, could help with that type of project, but ultimately, I just wanted to be clear about, I can't commit to you on how that money would be spent, but I'm also trying to still figure out how it seems to me that it seems like it's tied up right now in this particular budget. Maybe a larger discussion around Chapter 70 and the application. I know, Jamie, you've talked about this from your perspective. I'm hearing others, obviously, but from my perspective, there are things that could be accomplished with that funding, but I'm still a little bit worried that it's tied up in the free cash. And I think as a unit, we're all here, all the directors, we put forth our budgets requesting what we thought we needed, and that's been the major focus. I did not plan for additional funding, and I came into this thinking I was, $60K was on the table to be reduced, so this is the opposite. It's a good problem to have, but not on the backs of other departments either. So I don't know where that's coming from, but I think that's a comment I would make. So I hope that helps add a little light. I don't want to look like I'm being, passing on an opportunity. I'm just not sure on the details on that, so I'm interested to see what you come up with when you caucus or plan as well. Yep.
Councilor Blank, and we're just talking here. What, if the money that these people have raised and the money that Becca gave us for the auditorium, could we take some of that money and put it in capital and get the auditorium fixed?
So the auditorium to be fit, first of all, just for the record, and Lucas and I have talked about this many times, this entire situation with the auditorium, I've been to the auditorium many times.
Yeah.
And I've been there for floods. I've been there for a lot of the work
I
that was done.
haven't, so I'm out in left field.
I have, and not that I'm over there every week or every month, or whatever, but it's not that I don't notice that there's a broken chair or this, that, the other thing. But there's a system we go through, and until the fundraiser had started, never was brought to my attention. Not saying it's not important. And we talked about it, and I think Lucas just explained very well the same conversation he had with me. He just said in the pantheon of priorities, it didn't raise up. But I do respect the council's jurisdiction on the fact that many have risen up in the community and we want to fix this. I would note, I don't want to speak for Colin, and I don't know if he's here, but I believe you quoted me that a full restoration of that auditorium is like $500,000, right?
So we're
like everything in that area is like about $500,000.
The lighting, the official lighting quote should be back probably next week, the next week or two. That will give us the actual number for lighting, which is, so we broke it up into 2 phases to simplify it. But ultimately, the first phase was the lighting, a rigging inspection of all the rigging that's happening, a stage curtain, and targeted seating repair, meaning ones that are really broken. If we just fix those, have those welded, and have them fixed, what could we do? What you saw and what Ms. Courtright showed was really frayed and worn seats that are not right. So that was like phase 2. So in phase 1, $60K is committed from earmarks from Senator Roush. The Franklin boosters for music and theater have raised considerable amount of money, and ultimately that. Once we know the lighting number, we'll know how far away we are with those 2 numbers to know. And if it was, hey, we're 12 grand short, if I had that hard number today, I'd tell you how far away we are. The second phase of it is, do you pull up all the old seats, fix the floor, fix the ceiling, and then put the old seats back? That's estimated at about $100,000 to $120,000. Or do you just rip out the old seats and put new ones in, and that's $250,000, because that would be the new floor. Either way, you have to pull the seats up to fix the floor and do all the ceiling work.
Yeah, right.
So that's the difference. So it jumps pretty quick from Tier 1, get the priorities that were identified, the lighting and whatnot, and then there's a whole separate phase. So you're looking at basically the total amount for the project could be over $350,000 to do. So that's just I don't mean to belabor it, and I have a plan that I'm happy to share with anybody. We were trying to get hard numbers before we share.
You're going to have to budget $350,000 probably out of the free cash allotment that's proposed tonight to set aside those funds to be able to fully do this piece. That also might include the senator's earmark and also the fundraised money if you had all of that together, you're looking at about 450,000.
So 350 is the project, so the
top.
60K minus for
Okay,
60
minus
for
it.
the earmark, minus a contribution from the
So you need to
fundraise.
set
so-
aside probably 250,000 in this free cash to do that project. If you want to prioritize the auditorium renovation completely. And then still, we're kind of waiting for some quotes.
Yep.
But,
and we-
Yep. 75
So
restoration of facilities may be able to help out with that, but I think that question's still out there, and I don't know if Councilor LeBlanc or Councilor Griffith had ideas on how to spend the 400,000 or the 75,000 restoration for facilities, but, because I think a couple of you brought up the 75 restoration was, people wanted that to go to the lights. So, you got a bunch of options here.
Yeah.
It's just
I
a
mean,
question if
it's a
you
lot.
want the stuff that they're asking for, or you want to do these other things.
I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Lucas, I know we got you on the hot seat, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
We're all trying to help
I understand.
as best we can here with a whole lot of competing things, right? But you just heard that we sent 60 grand over.
Yeah,
anyway,
thank you,
back-
by the way,
We
for that.
restored that back into your budget.
Right, thank you.
So, and I know we're going to talk capital in a little
Yeah.
bit, but would it be possible to fund the teacher laptops with that 60 grand? Because that only leaves us having to find 15 in capital for laptops.
So
which
the
might open
laptops was
some
an
other-
idea that Councilor Morangello brought up, but that's like one of so many capital requests. So it was a great example, and that's one that you feel strongly about as the one. But the laptops, I don't know that that's universally from all of you. You would vote on capital projects and what you feel like you would want to fund and what not to. I think that's chapter 2 of the night.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I would say we put in, that's a reduced amount for the laptops from what Mr. Reposa had requested, so.
I was
yeah.
just trying to
And
think
we
of
would-
like, we gave you 60 grand extra that had been cut, maybe that could
Yeah.
go toward that, which would free up some capital
Yeah.
money for some of these other things we're talking about, just trying
Yeah,
to
that was a tech position,
play
actually.
it out in
so-
my, head. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank-
Yeah.
thank you. Okay.
I understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know that
Free cash.
No, well, I'm saying we don't
So
have
what
it.
are we
It has to
voting
come
on?
from somewhere.
Yeah.
Jamie, what are we voting on?
Well, I think back to Councilor LeBlanc and Councilor Griffith's like theory amendment idea. I think first you have to ask, are you going to take a vote on the 400,000 that
Yeah.
a couple people brought up to put into account 300?
Yeah.
Right? But Councilor LeBlanc's math is spot on. If you vote in favor of putting 400,000 into account 300, you now have to
Take it out of
infuse
somewhere.
475,000 in other revenue into the budget.
Or take it.
So what? so
Or
what
take
you
it from
gotta take
capital, or
because-
cut other areas of the budget. That's correct.
Well,
I can't vote on it unless I know
Yeah.
where that money's coming from, so you have.
It's not coming from anywhere, it's made up.
It's not made up. It's not made up. It's definitely not made
whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Monopoly money.
Correct. It is not made up. It is coming out of free cash. That is, I would like to, I'm going to make this very simple. I'm going to make an amendment. I would like to vote to add $400,000 to account 300, and the money will come out of free cash. That is what the vote is on.
I need-
I'd like to,
I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion
Can
and
you,
a
can you
second.
just, Counselor Blank, for the purposes of the record, can you just say it again?
I would like to add $400,000, $400,000 to the Department 300 budget for FY '27. The funding for that will come from free cash.
And are you putting any restrictions on the funding?
I am verbally, there's nothing that we can, there's nothing binding that we can do from a resolution
Right.
standpoint.
Not-
I can just verbalize what I'm asking for, and it's truly up to the school committee, and.
They can do what they want
can-
with it.
They have the right to do what they want, but that's, we also have other actions.
Tonight,
But
yeah.
there's no,
Max, real quick, because we get a.
Well, I just don't understand. The only place we could get that money from is capital.
Right.
And so if you tally up all the school capital, we're just shifting money from capital that's going towards the schools already in the form of capital and just shifting it to the operating budget. And we're still $20,000 plus $70,000 short. So it doesn't make any sense. I mean, this budget is not balanced.
Yeah. All right, well, clerk is going to rule, Do the roll
Yeah,
call.
there was an amendment made.
On the
and it was
amendment.
seconded. So the amendment as it stands right now, because we're still in operating budget
Right.
discussion.
Right.
Is to add 400,000 to account 300, which is the Franklin Public Schools for FY '27, and the funding source would be free cash.
Right. Correct.
Okay, Counselor Rajuku,
Yes.
Counselor Morangello,
No.
Counselor Malloy,
No.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Yes.
Counselor Griffith,
Yes.
Counselor Callaway Tripp.
Come back to me, please.
Vice Chair,
No.
Chairman,
No.
and because of the funding source, my vote will be no. And Counselor Callaway Tripp?
I have to vote no,
Okay.
because if we're gonna take it from free cash, then we can't do that in their capital expenses.
Once if we can figure something out, we can come back
Yeah,
and put it back in.
We can talk about
Yeah,
it. I
later.
feel like talk about it during the capital conversation, but for the operating budget, it fails.
Right. So moving on, we should vote on Resolution 26-25.
Jamie, do you have to propose a different number, though?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
The only thing you have to make up is 75,000, to which I would, just give me 1 second. You're gonna have to add, I mean, obviously,
Yeah. Right.
obviously you
Go
have
ahead.
to add 75,000 in likely free cash as to make up for the restore of the facilities department.
Right.
Or you could propose $75,000 in cuts in the operating budget somewhere. So I think the path of least resistance is likely to add free cash in. You know, the classroom infrastructure improvements, the classroom repairs, I mean, you could deduct 92.5 from that, that's, you know, and leave that at 17,500, they can still get some work done, and then you can balance the budget, because I think the laptops are gonna likely be a priority.
Yeah,
You can
they
take it
are.
away from the other facility stuff. The dump truck is gonna get, tough to do. Obviously, as Councilor LeBlanc said, maybe you just deduct 75,000 from the health insurance deficit payments, you know, but whatever it is you finalize, you're gonna have to make it clear what you're cutting in round 2 of capital to fund the 75,000 restoration. So you're 75,000 in the budget.
But for the purposes of the resolution that we're about to vote on, the numbers have changed.
It's not balanced, we can't do it, so we have to make an amendment.
You either have to
Yep.
give,
Where you're getting the money
Money
from to
from.
pay for that. And that's a simple thing, you guys have to vote and say 75,000 from free cash.
But is it just 75? Because what about the 60 that we put back in?
That's all set, that
That's all
was budget
set.
neutral.
We
It was budget neutral.
took care of 40
Totally
from the
good.
police
Oh,
and
okay.
20.
Just asking. It seemed like that was 2 days ago.
So we need it. Go
So the
ahead.
amendment would be 75,000
So do we just have to
from free
make the
cash.
amendment to change the 169,987 to up it by 50, and then change the free cash number from 11 to add 75? Those are the only two numbers we have to change.
Correct.
In
Right.
reality, we just have to change the appropriation amount, and we have to just change the free cash number. Those are we have to amend to change 169,987, 307
understood, where are you getting the funds? Where is it coming from?
from free cash.
Reduced
So we're
capital.
gonna increase the free cash number from 1.10417132 to 1.179132.
Okay, and you're gonna reduce your capital request to get the.
Well, that
We're gonna
the
have
capital,
to do that
this
later.
is just the operating budget.
Yeah.
If anyone mentions capital again,
Yeah.
that is, don't
We're
even talk
doing,
about that.
we're doing capital
Just-
later.
Correct, correct.
So,
So the amendment is just on the appropriation and on the amount we're taking from free cash.
So is the amended appropriation 169,687,307 plus 75?
you
Plus
add
70.
that number plus 75,000.
Correct.
So that number is 169,762,307.
Correct.
So you're raising and appropriating, so Ted, 169,
Yep,
762,307.
yep. And
That will balance the budget.
does that also mean, to Council LeBlanc's point, we have to
Yep.
put something
And
different
then
in the
you
free
also
cash
on the
line?
one, so you change the 169 number, and then right below it
Yep.
is 1,104,132. You see that on the third line down from that? You're gonna add 75,000 to that, which is 1,179,132.
1179132
Yep,
as,
correct. And then you have a balanced budget that you can vote on and approve. Unless there's other amendments or other issues.
so
you vote
Mr.
for.
Chairman, as amended, the two changes to Resolution 2625 would be, total appropriation would now be $169,762,307, and the raised and appropriated amount would change to $1,179,132.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, then we can vote.
All right, do a roll call.
You want a roll call on
I
this?
want a roll call.
God bless you. You love
Wait, do
making
we
me
need to make
do all
a
this, Pete.
motion?
It's been motioned and
But
seconded.
to,
For the
as
amendment.
amended though.
As
Oh,
amended.
okay.
It's been motioned.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a roll call vote as amended.
As amended.
Correct.
Is that okay?
But-
What Ted just said was correct. You're taking a roll call vote on 26-25 as amended.
As amended.
But we haven't made the motion to make it as
Yeah, the motion and second.
We had a motion and a second.
Oh, I thought just this.
No. We had a motion and a second. Yeah.
So we're voting to
26.
approve the budget as amended.
Yeah, and I'm
with
gonna do,
everything that we just talked
I'm
about.
gonna do a roll call
I
in
just
a
told my
second.
colleagues know that when capital comes up, it's gonna be cut from the schools. I mean, that's
Wait,
what they have in place.
Max, Bobby,
What?
Ted, you got the roll call 26-25.
26-25 as amended, and I read the numbers already. I was
Correct.
just writing, sorry. Counselor Rajuku,
Yes.
Counselor Morangella,
No.
Counselor Malloy,
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Yes.
Counselor Griffith. Want me to
Yes.
come back to you?
It'll come back to me.
Uh,
Should have given you a second.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes.
myself, yes. Counselor Callaway Tripp,
No.
and Counselor Griffith,
This is the whole budget.
as
Yeah.
amended, yes.
No.
It passes by a vote of
6 to
6-3.
3.
Mr. Chairman, can we take 5? Yeah. Maybe 10.
Brief recess?
Bobby, sit in your seat.
You can, yeah.
Recording stopped.
Let's gavel.
I don't care.
I am, but I don't go to bed till 2 o'clock.
Yeah, well, you might as well just stay up.
Do we have to vote to extend or no because we started?
Well, we don't have to do it right now, but. Because it's 4 hours. Call the meeting back to order. Come on in. Where did Jamie go?
So I think I've got a plug, I can put this in at the top.
I know. Yeah, so we have to slam it shut when, you know.
I held on.
So if someone can,
This is my third. I've got two, and one of them, I don't know where it is. Completely found on my page.
Just waiting for Jamie.
Like portable charger. My son always wants to know where mine is.
We gotta vote. We only really got one damn thing. We only got A.
Which one? Well, we got B, we got the senior center. Because
We
I got-
haven't, we didn't do that.
No, we're doing, yeah, I gotta recuse myself.
Okay.
Where the fuck is Jamie?
What do we, I don't really understand this.
All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order. The next resolution is 26-26, and I'll be recusing myself due to a family member. So Jean, Vice Chair Jean Grella will take over.
All right, this is Resolution 2626, amendment to FY 2027 budget, Council on Aging. Secretary will read the resolution.
Secretary. Okay. Feel like I got a promotion. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the Town of Franklin Resolution 26-26, an amendment to FY 27 budget for the Council on Aging. Whereas the Town Council conducted 2 public hearings on the FY 27 budget on May 20th of 26 and May 21st, 26, after due notice was given in the Milford Daily News, and now therefore be it moved and voted to amend said FY 27 budget from $169,687,307 to $170,284,565. Do we have to change these numbers as well, Jamie, before I continue?
I'm
Do
sorry?
we have to change these numbers now?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
That's
Can you-
what Linda was jumping up to tell me, which I was about to jump in and tell you.
Considering we've already voted to approve and amend, I don't need to amend again. Can you just give me
Yeah,
the new number?
original is 169,769,3.
07, right?
Yep.
762.
762. 307.
169,762,307. And the second number will be what?
That's easier.
Okay. We're going to start that one over again. Mr. Vice Chairman, this is the Town of Franklin Resolution 26-26, amendment to fiscal year 27 budget for the Council on Aging. Whereas the Town Council conducted 2 public hearings on FY 27 budget on May 20th and May 21st of 26, after due notice was given in the Milford Daily News. And now therefore be it moved and voted to amend said FY 27 budget from $169,762,307 to $170,359,565, as outlined below. appropriate the Council on Aging general fund budget in the amount of $597,258. The resolution shall become effective according to provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
I need a motion to approve Resolution 2625, adoption of the FY 2027 budget appropriations.
So moved.
Second.
Jamie, can you just, for the purpose of the public, tell us what the change is for?
Yeah, so this is pulled out obviously because there was a recusal. And so we've done this many times before when counselors have had conflicts of interest. There's been a bunch of budgets through the years. I don't remember, Councilor Cormier-Ledger, if you were here for any of those. And so practice is you just pull it out and vote on it separately so that the members that are in conflict can go ahead and talk about, the rest of the budget the way that that is. Really quickly, this is $597,258 for just the Council on Aging. These are this is the budget number that's in the operating budget for the Council on Aging. I would also note they raise over probably $400,000. So about 40% of their budget is based off revenues that come in the revolving funds. But without staff, you can't raise the money, so there is a correlation between revenues and staffing, obviously. But that's really what you're voting on, is just the budget for the senior center.
And this money was already in the budget, it's just been pulled out for the purposes
Exactly,
of the conversation?
for the discussion and the vote, correct.
All right, we'll move to discussion.
Just real quick, so the 597, that's not an increase from what was originally put in the
Nope.
budget? Okay.
Nope, it's just, no.
Okay.
Is anyone else?
Anybody else?
All set.
Everyone all set? All right, we'll move to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Nice job, Gene.
We can let, yeah, get that going.
Maybe it's you.
And I was impressed
All right.
that the roll call vote was valid, so nice job, the voice vote.
It's voted down, by the way.
You could have.
It actually went a little smoother with you, Chief.
He said that when I did it to Tommy, too.
And Ted got a promotion.
Yeah, I was a secretary for a second. It's okay. All right.
All right, moving on. Resolution 26-27, Mecca stabilization transfer to FY 27 operating budget. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 26-27, appropriation for the MEC stabilization account transfer to FY27 operating budget. Total requested $117,133. For the purpose, transfer from the MEC stabilization fund to the general fund for FY27. The motion be it moved and voted by the Town Council that the sum of $117,133 be transferred from the MEC stabilization fund to the general fund budget for FY27 and be appropriated to the FY27 operating budget. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve Resolution 2627.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Jamie?
Simple, this balances out the budget. It was already assumed in the other resolutions, but legally you have to vote this separately because it's in a stabilization fund. So,
Discussion? Councilor Blank?
What's left in this account at this point?
I think we're using 117,000, so probably 360,000. So we're going to propose to use 117, 133 each of the next 4 years until it's gone.
Okay.
It'll collect a little interest too, but something around there.
Okay. And just for clarity, because it's stable, does this require?
2/3.
2/3, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, then I'll move to vote on Resolution 26-27. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Resolution 26-28, salary schedule, full-time elected officials, town clerk. Motion will read, clerk will read the resolution.
I'll make a motion to waive the reading.
Second.
I have a motion and second to waive the reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
They just waive.
Motion to waive the reading. We haven't given it to you.
You just don't get to hear me say it, Nancy. That's-
It was paying close attention.
Now you can't say no.
Motion to approve Resolution 2628.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passed.
Heard it before.
Resolution 26-29. Whoa, my glasses. Whoa. I need new glasses. Expenditures limited for the FY 2027 on the Department revolving funds. Clerk will read the motion.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
All in favor? Waive the reading. Opposed? Motion passed.
Motion
Waive the
to,
reading.
Guys, wait.
You said waive the reading, yeah.
wait, let you off the hook. Motion to approve Resolution 2629.
Second.
Resolution 26-29, discussion. Go ahead.
Jamie, at some point, can you just send out to us what sits in these revolving accounts, what the current balances are?
Sure.
I got
That'd be great, thank you.
my glasses, I can't.
And any other revolving accounts that may not be,
These are them.
this is
They
it?
need annual, the statute makes you have to do these every year.
And, but I asked that because, and through chair to you, to Kerry, as a follow-up to our conversation last meeting for, like, Beta, is that a revolving account?
That is not, no, it is not.
What kind of account is that? For,
We pay, the beta is paid out of either the planning, either the operating budget for the planning department or conservation. It could be paid out of the wetland protection fund.
Are you talking about like the
Beta.
engineering studies?
yeah,
that-
like, we spend, because that was a question that I asked her, like, every time I listen to the planning board and kind of, we spend a ton with Beta, I'm going, where's that in the budget? I don't see that
Because we
expense
don't
in the
pay
budget.
for it, because the applicants pay for it.
I understand that, so, but it's
those-
gotta go into a fund or an account, so what account, what's the technical name of that account that the money goes into? So it's
Special
not in the
revenue account.
operating budget.
It's a
Special revenue account.
It's not a revolving.
So it's
Okay.
not a revolving fund, but the money that goes in, goes out. It's just like bonds that are surety bonds that go through the planning board. I mean, there's tons of these things that sometimes don't get spent for decades, but it's all related to money comes in for the study.
Right.
But those are not revolving funds. The umbrella term for a lot of miscellaneous accounts are gonna be special revenue accounts. Just so you know.
Yeah,
Like
so
all that.
I'll take that separate, okay. But any revolving accounts, I'd like to just know the balance for those, thank you.
Go ahead, Max.
Just a quick question. Why does the limit have to be set? Like, could it be $1 million? Would it make any difference if it was $1 billion? So we could just, is there a reason we have a limit?
The reason why we have the limit is because that's what we generally think is a nice cushion of revenues that we would bring in. I'm guessing in a year or 2 or 3, we usually up these limits at the recommendation of what we see from the department heads. But you could do $1 million. You know, you could do a larger number, but why would you do that when you don't bring anywhere near that revenue in? So we try to track it over time. I would say in my 11 years here, we've tweaked these maybe twice. And mainly it's been around the senior center because these revenues were not coming in 6 years ago. So now as we've moved forward and they've become really popular, we've had to tweak these a couple times. The rest of them stay pretty flat.
Yield.
Okay. We have a motion.
Motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of Resolution 26-29?
Aye.
Opposed? No
Passes,
opposed.
sir.
It all passes 9-0, resolution. Resolution 26-33, capital Round 2. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is.
Can I make a motion to waive the reading?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of waiving the reading?
No.
Go ahead. Yes?
You want to read the?
Huh?
Aye.
Aye. How many? I think we need to.
Yeah, raise your hand
If
for.
you want to waive the reading.
If you want to waive the reading.
One.
Jeez.
Waive the reading. All right, we can read
All
it.
right, so
So we're reading
it's
it.
6-3, so read it.
Oh, it's important.
It's important.
This is Town of Franklin Resolution 26-33, the appropriation of capital FY '26, Round 2. Total requested from free cash, $1,466,419. Purpose, to appropriate funds for the 2026 capital improvement plan. Do we want to vote on each one, or just,
No,
just
we
do the whole
read them
thing?
all, right, Jamie?
Recording in progress. You should do, you should read out the amounts that are here.
But we're not voting necessarily on each item, or we
No,
are?
Maybe
No, just read the resolution.
Okay,
I think we
okay.
pause at the break.
The first department is employee benefits for health insurance deficit payments. Category is under services, and that is for $1 million. Department DPW, description six-wheel dump truck sander plow, comes under vehicles, that is $86,419. Facilities Department has the Washington Street chiller compressor replacement, which comes under equipment, that's $40,000. The Franklin High School chiller coil replacement comes under equipment, that is $60,000. It's been stricken, the Parmenter Code Review Study. Technology, teacher laptop replacements comes under technology for $187,500. Under schools, classroom infrastructure improvements, this is classroom repairs, comes under the category of infrastructure for $92,500. Total free cash appropriation of $1,466,419. The motion, be it moved and voted by the town council that the sum of $1,466,419 be appropriated from free cash to be expended at the discretion of the town administrator for the FY '26 capital improvement plan as outlined above, including any residual funds remaining in these line items. This resolution shall become effective according to provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter, and I will note at the June 3rd Finance Committee meeting, they unanimously voted 9-0 to recommend this full amount, sir.
Motion to approve Resolution 2633.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Counselor LeBlanc.
I'll start. Keep it simple. Let's just take the $75,000 out of the health insurance deficit payment, the $1 million. I'll be honest, that $1 million, just to Counselor Malloy's, came out of the blue.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from. It was never brought up until we got these
2 weeks
documents.
ago, yeah.
If we weren't spending, if we didn't miraculously go from 2.1 of free cash to 1.1 million of free cash, I don't know where this $1 million would have came from. And to what was brought up in the finance committee, that Tom brought up in the from an accounting standpoint, this should be booked as an expense in FY '26, and it shouldn't be part of free cash. From an accounting standpoint, I don't understand what's going on. But with that being said, I don't want to even get into that tonight. I just make it clean and simple, take $75,000 out of that $1 million, and even Jamie said that night, that number hopefully is overinflated, and we won't be spending the $1 million.
Right.
So that, to keep it simple, just take the 75 out of that, and we've solved our capital problem.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I ask that maybe Lucas come up and prioritize the $380,000 in school expenses?
So he's going to have to make an amendment.
Sure. So, through the chair, you heard Council Cormier Ledger read them out. So basically, the priority, we have three categories, three areas that impact schools. One was the facilities request. So you see two there. One was for the compressor replacement at Washington, and one was for FHS for their coil chiller. Yet last night at school committee, we had the facilities department present with operations, and they talked through these particular items. The cost to repair these is just, it's an ongoing thing with the boilers. So you just, once you fix one problem, there's a new leak. Kevin articulated this pretty well. But ultimately, I would prioritize to get those two projects done, because replacing them in the long run is cheaper than continuing to try to repair them. Teacher laptops, Tim spoke about this earlier. That's about half of what he needed. We reduced it already through the gauntlet, if you will. And he will be back next year asking for additional monies to complete the laptop repair and placement. The infrastructure one is not just classroom improvements for we want to just fix a wall. We also have new regs on timeout spaces. So these are spaces in schools where students go if they are dysregulated and whatnot. We have spaces identified, but there are additional regs that are coming that we're going to need to outfit them. So part of this is also the floor repair, wall repair where needed. We had a huge reorg where we picked up all the things, put it all back down, and then we have been slowly trying. We had a larger request last year, which was reduced, and then it was reduced this year for the purposes and the reasons that we discussed already. So there's 92,000 of that. It was originally a $150,000 request. We made that reduction. So I see these as all being really important projects in order to keep us moving.
So Lucas, what I'm hearing you say is number 1 on your list is the 2 chiller replacements. Number 2 is the laptop replacements, and then number 3 is the classroom infrastructure improvements.
That's the order in which we have them. I think I would, that's how I would prioritize them.
So then I would make a motion to take the 75 out of the 92.
Jamie, can you explain to us the impact of not funding the health insurance deficit fully?
Obviously, there's tough decisions to all of this. So the current deficit at the end of May, April, is 1.022 million. And to Councilor LeBlanc's point, I'm somewhere in the middle, right? We did reference this throughout memos, throughout all of the healthcare transition over the last year. You're right, we didn't have a number, and the reason why we don't have a number is because we don't have a number, right? We didn't have a number because you didn't have healthcare go through the system for 8 months. And now that we're into the fiscal year and we're leaving, I think now, hopefully, it's very clear why we moved to the GIC. The GIC saved $750,000 in our operating budget. But ultimately, when you're in a self-insured system, and I know several of you know what self-insured systems are, when your costs for healthcare as an organization exceed what you're paying in premiums, you have a deficit. And the GIC trust fund, the $252,000 that's coming up in the next resolution, that is actually like a 27-year-old account, because in the 90s, the town was self-insured, and the loss runs were 90%, so they had a surplus back in the 90s during, back then. But obviously 30, 35 years ago, healthcare in America was a different thing. Nobody's happy about this. No one's thrilled, no one's excited, and no one, I didn't think at some point that we'd be looking at over $1 million. But as the trends continued throughout the year, and it's unfortunate, most communities are in a deficit that are part of that strategic group because the loss runs in healthcare and the impacts from the Big Beautiful Bill are just coming down. And so unfortunately, we have that deficit. In terms of the impact, here's what's going to happen, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. On June 30th, all of our employees will then make no more claims through the insurance system. But if somebody goes to a doctor on June 23rd, that bill isn't going to get processed until July August, 23rd. Or September, and it's going to continue to go on, right? So we're going to already have a deficit likely going into July 1st. So hopefully, to Councilor LeBlanc's point, hopefully the trends over the next couple months make it better. But we're going to get an invoice in July that we're going to have to pay. And that's why we're asking for the free cash as well as the GIC trust to have money ready to be able to pay those bills in July, August, and hopefully September. By the time we get to the fall, we're going to have a much clearer picture of what claims went in May and June. We're going to try to at least be able to project out exactly what those deficits, if any, may be. We also get prescription rebates. And last year, we saw a deficit a year ago, and when we were looking at all the numbers, we realized that it was an overinflated number, and that with the prescription rebates, that number actually ended up coming down, and we ended up paying less. Councilor Cormier-Ledger and Councilor DeLoco may remember a resolution a couple years ago we did from the surplus GIC trust fund that we had to do. Well, the good news is we didn't have to use all that at the time, and we spread that out over the course of a couple fiscal years to be able to pay the bills to give the cash flow that was needed, because our premiums were not matching what the costs were that were going out. As we said at the Finance Committee, we also had a tremendous amount of high claims. I think Karen said the other night there was like 3.1 million in claims over like 20 cases. These are very expensive, $500,000 cancer, diabetes cases that we end up having to pay for. So when you say 75,000 in that impact, is it going to cripple our ability to not do any of this? No, we're still going to have 925,000 and 250,000. But just note, at some point, we may have to come back for more money after free cash is certified in the fall and just be able to see where it is. But we can't project out these numbers. We can't stick it on the FY25 accounting because then we're going to go report to DOR a huge loss, and we can't do that because then they're going to automatically deduct it off your free cash next year and get into a whole nother legal mess with the state. So we're doing this the right way. To give everybody a slight bit of optimism, I understand the number's large. It feels like it came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere for most of us too. We knew the number was going to be plump. Did we think it was going to be this high? No. But I would add a couple points really quickly. One, we're moving to the GIC where our active employees were certainly way down. And while I don't want to see any of our retirees pass away, usually every year you're going to have a couple retirees pass away year after year. And so the higher cost plans are going to fall off, but the lower cost plans for our active and younger employees are going to come off. That's going to end up being structurally, hopefully, a good savings. The other thing that's pointed out that Councilor Malloy did earlier is in the operating budget next year, 435,000 of the benefits budget is coming off the books because of the one-time premium holiday that we're required to do by state law in Chapter 32B, I think it is, 32B, somewhere in there. And we live in Massachusetts. These are the rules, these are the laws, and when you create savings from active employees, you have to give a portion of that back. And while some people certainly have passionate opinions about whether these things should happen or not, the reality, obviously, and I know you guys all respect this, as the manager, I got to deal with these rules and these laws. And maybe these are issues you have to take up to Rep. Roy and Senator Roush in September. But as I look through structurally at the operating budget in the future, the really good news is once we're out of these deficits, we are out of a self-insured program, which is terrible. We are out of the consortium we were in, which was terrible. And somewhere along the line, as all of you heard of me at the FinCom meeting, I'm stuck in the middle of healthcare in America, just like all of you. We're just stuck in the middle trying to referee all this. But if we're really being honest, our country just cannot seem to figure this out. And every city and town and every school district in the Commonwealth is having significant problems one way or the other with either 20-25% increases, they're not getting bids. Our loss runs and our claims were so bad 4 years ago, no healthcare carrier in Massachusetts would even take us on. Harvard Pilgrim would not even take us on at a 22% increase. 22% increase. So consumption of healthcare has gone up. I don't think if you take the 75,000 out of that account, I don't think you're handicapping us, but I just want to obviously recognize down the line, we don't know what the numbers are going to be like, but I certainly understand to balance the budget. To Councilor LeBlanc's point, it is definitely the easiest way to do it. It is the simplest way to do it, especially with all the other needs that are in here for our teachers in our schools and certainly the DPW. So appreciate the 5 minutes, everybody.
Just final point, I'll leave with this, I know these are all your final decisions, is just as a point of advocacy, the 75 grand out of that particular budget, it goes from 92 to 75, it basically dismantles that request. I think when I heard it mentioned in the healthcare, that seemed to me as a way to balance this. It comes out of an area where we're buffering for the entire system. So just from that point of view, I just would offer that. And the third thing I'd say is when I go back to my desk and take this coat off and lose this tie, I'm going to go, wait a minute, I went in, I thought I was losing 60 and then I lost 75 at the end. How did that happen? And so I just point out a couple of points there for you just to think about, but just as a point of advocacy for the work and what we're doing. Okay? Thank you.
Go ahead, Max.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to clarify, do you feel that there's a chance that this could be sort of kicking the can down the road if it comes back to us in the future?
It's just really, I wish I could give you a bill.
Yeah,
I wish I
don't-
could give you the hard
can't.
number. I wish I could give you all the data that everybody wants, but you got 2 more months of claims. And, 20 more days until this whole thing is over with the Strategic Health Group. No one's more excited about this than the two of us. I don't know what else to say about it. I think at some point you're going to have to pick up the tab, and this is a very, very strong down payment on picking up that tab. This rate, even at $925,000, is a very strong investment into that with the 252 and the other vote that's coming up next. So you got 1.2 million-ish roughly. that's gonna get us through the summer for sure and into the fall, and we'll see where the numbers show up.
This number's changing, I mean, daily. If our May premiums come in, if our May costs come in lower than what we put in, that deficit's already getting knocked down.
Right.
So it's really just such an unpredictable number. I think this is a very good start. And we may have to come back after the budget's finalized next year with next year's free cash, but, you know, at least the budget's balanced tonight.
Okay.
It's just, it's changing every single day.
And I don't think we're gonna go down this route, but hypothetically, with resolution 2626, we amended a budget that was already passed, is that correct? So could we, if we wanted to, we could feasibly do that again with the facilities budget if we wanted to get rid of that or reduce that number?
You'd have to bring back the budget 26-25 and then have a vote to deduct the 75,000 out of the facilities budget, but you probably could bring that back.
Okay, thanks.
And in July 1st, everybody goes on GIC.
Correct.
Right, because
Yeah.
that's
So
when
we
they
won't
go
have
on.
any additional costs coming in.
Okay.
Technically, but all
Until
those
June-
June
June
claims
30th,
usually take
yeah.
a while to get processed. So we do
Okay.
have to pay those claims weekly.
Right,
And then at the end, when they balance it all out, we'll see exactly what our final deficit is. But that's gonna take probably 4 to 6 months
okay.
for all the claims to come through.
All the claims to come through.
Mr.
If I
Chairman?
could-
Oh, I'm sorry, Ken, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just had a very quick question of clarification to Superintendent Jagier. Were you saying that we should take it out of the classroom infrastructure? improvement?
No.
I was saying the opposite.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I was confused. I thought the opposite made sense. At the end of the day, I think what we did was allocate 400,000 that was unexpected, to the schools, and then,
We did.
oh, we haven't done that yet.
You
Sorry,
didn't.
sorry.
You didn't.
Never, take that back. We haven't done that yet. Okay. All right, so we're good. I just wanted to clarify what you had said earlier.
Council Malloy?
Thank you. Jamie, just a clarification. On the next resolution, if we move the money from that trust fund and these bills start coming in, are we going to pay pay the bills from that fund first before we go to that?
100%.
Okay.
No question.
Okay.
Yeah, and to actually Council Miller's point, we would use the GIC surplus from the 90s first. And if there is surplus left over and our bill is inflated and it does come down, we'll come back to the council with that when all that's wrapped up. And if there's extra money in that capital account, we don't need to recertify that. We don't need to go through DOR.
No.
We'll come back and give a report and say, here's where we ended up, and we have an excess of X amount of dollars, and try to do another project that's on the list that the council wants to
That
do.
needs to be done. Yeah. So, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Jamie, I think I heard you say, Jamie, that if we so chose, that health insurance deficit payment could be broken out between this round of free cash and what's the next round of free cash if it was higher? If
it's higher.
Let's just say, if we didn't appropriate $1 million, let's say we appropriated $750, you'd have that to pay bills, but you could, if you needed to, you could come back to us and get money in the next round of free cash.
That's correct, only if the money that y'all allocate suffices the bills until free cash is certified. So you have to get through July, August, September, October, maybe part of November, depending on, when DOR gets back to us. I mean, usually it's the first couple weeks in November. So you're gonna have to pay bills for 4 months. And you've already got a deficit of 1.002 million. So you're scraping that one close. And I would say for a Plan B, if that were to occur, I'm not exactly sure where I would draw the money to pay the deficit in October. So I'd prefer to aim a little higher to make sure we can cover it, and then see where things fall, around Halloween-ish.
Okay.
Can I add to that as well? We don't know what those June claims, what they call the runout is. If we have really expensive claims in June, Harvard Pilgrim is relying on that money from us weekly to pay the bill.
It's just a
So
big
I think
question.
it's a little, I think 75 is totally doable. I think if you scrape it back too much more, and we have some high claims in June, we're putting it at risk of current coverage not being provided.
Okay. The second part of my question, Jamie, is our facilities director still here?
Yep. Kevin somewhere. Yeah, curious.
Can you come up for a second? Going to put you on the spot. So we heard a lot of numbers. We heard a passionate mom talk about the needs at the middle school auditorium, but we heard a much bigger number there than we had originally been told because it tackled a whole lot of other things, right? So I'm looking at this and I was prepared to suggest some sort of number in this round of free cash to meet Senator Roush's number and meet the fundraising number so that at least a bulk of that project could get done for the kids this summer. Do you have, and I realize there probably isn't $500,000, right? That's too much, but is there a number that you feel like if you gave it to me tonight with the fundraising and with the earmark, we could make a big dent in that over the summer?
I'd probably have to work closer with,
Here he is.
All right. So,
That's why department heads come to these meetings, right?
Councilor Cormier Ledger, to the chair, to you.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
If we, the $75,000 that we
totally
added
fine.
back
I mean,
to the
I-
facilities,
Mhm.
I would suggest, and that Jamie had asked that question
Yeah.
before,
Yeah.
to
That
give us
would-
some direction, I would suggest that 75,000 go to this, so between potentially the 75,000 that they raised for the capital, that's, I think,
They raised
between the
20
matching.
They raised 25.
They're at 33, but there's a matching 25, but let's just say they get the 75, you get the 60 from Senator Roush, you get the 75, they now have 225,000, that takes care of half of
A lot
what
of
they
it,
need.
yeah.
And again, we don't touch this healthcare thing, and we put that into next year's free cash capital
I
kind of stuff.
want to show those parents and
Yes.
those kids that we heard them and that we did
And I think if we give that 75, my recommendation, I think others may back it,
wanna
is to
hear-
take that 75 and allocate it to that, and yes, we'll have burnt grass for the summer, like what the original intent
Yeah.
was. So,
We do every year anyway. so-
Right.
But back to these guys, I guess.
I mean, I could work with the school department as well and take a deeper dive into, the budget as far as like what we could come up with. I mean,
To Council LeBlanc's point, though, the 75,000 that we put back into your budget, can we at least count on that going toward that project, or no? We would have to specifically, I see Carrie
If you-
nodding her head in no, so I guess we'd have to specifically earmark it, but, I don't want to lose momentum on what those guys are doing, and I also don't want to lose the critical time of the summer when the kids aren't in school, when something like that could actually get done.
if I may, I just want to say, I mean, I don't want to say that, I don't want that auditorium to feel a little love and get the repairs that it deeply needs, and able to continue to maintain it. My fear, and I've expressed this with the team, is clearly the auditorium got to a place because of, some lack of maintenance in the sense that, the rigging inspections need to continue to happen, and the lighting in the auditorium, for the auditorium lights, need to be replaced, and the equipment, whether it's audio-visual stuff, also needs to be maintained and up to snuff. So, which is no different than any other, like capital project where it's a big piece and then we need to maintain it. But having the funds to maintain the auditorium and the equipment in there is just as important. And I'll make the analogy of, having a Porsche and the oil change for a Porsche. You have to continue to keep up with that. So I would just, make sure that whatever we do to have the auditorium feel some love and bring it up, that we're also able to maintain it.
Go ahead,
Through you,
Jamie.
Sharon. So if the intent, the general consensus was to restore that money, the operating budget, we actually have some tools that can commit that money to the lights. The most prohibitive part right now is actually getting a procurement out in the streets. So if you guys give me the directive that you're all in unanimous agreement that that money we restored, we can actually use the operating budget to develop the purchase order. I will ask the procurement official whether we need to do an actual procurement or whether there's a state bid list. But the biggest inhibitor to getting this ready for September 1st like to getting, is actually really the procurement process. If we have to do a bid, that's probably gonna take us with specs, a few weeks to get it out on the street. Your best case, you're gonna get a contract by the end of August. I know Pam is looking, I know she's doing, but like, we may be able to look at the state bid list to see if there are options on there. Maybe they've already looked at that. But you're gonna be really hard pressed.
You're gonna
That being
push it.
said, the operating money can be used for this, and we will be fine to commit that, and we can make the purchase order so that we can sign a contract, getting them in there as quick as possible. So I am absolutely happy to commit to that. And actually doing it that way, Councilor Cormier-Ledger, allows the state budget process to fill out, we gotta get a letter from the state on the earmark, that comes over the summer. And we also have the donations, that when that's done, they'll have to gift that to the town. If they can do that and we can get that all wrapped up over the summer, we probably could do work in the fall, but unfortunately, it's gonna be very hard to get that done for the beginning of the school.
And you gotta get a contractor.
Right, we gotta get a
Yeah,
contract.
yeah. But
at least-
Which we're in.
But we can assure the parents for sure.
Show some
That
progress.
you've heard them, we've all heard them, we
Yeah.
appreciate their efforts on the fundraising, and we will cobble this together, and I'm sure Kevin already knows, he's reading my mind, that in the next day or two, he's gonna be trying to get the bid specs that they have, and that they're gonna work with Pam on the bid, so if that's I get it.
Yeah, okay. My last question, you guys are off the hook, but the moms in the back that are here, can you come up to the mic for a sec?
The reason why I hide.
You can't hide from me at Stop and Shop. You're not gonna hide from me here.
I wasn't there.
Can you go back to the donor that made the commitment for the matching funds? Would a $75,000 that Jamie's talking about being able to make this work, that we can hopefully vote on and make this work, do you think the donor would accept that to
As a
at
match.
at least get you the 25 grand match that was promised?
The point of the match was to go to the community. So the whole process was to come out to the community and ask for help from the community.
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to do. I guess, yes, but
Okay.
if you guys all read the letter, which I sent to every single one of you, it listed lights, instruments, sound system, fixing some seats,
Yeah.
choral risers. That's what we listed on the item. And then part of the lights has become a bigger project
Okay.
that may be something that we do. I mean, yeah,
Okay.
obviously if you guys commit to that, but there's more, just the 100,000 we were trying to raise for our fund plus the 60, but obviously we would need some of the community to step up too. So,
So let me
Yeah.
shift my question,
Yep.
right? Because I did fundraising for a lot of years in Boston, right? Can you use this as momentum to get the matching funds that you need? Even if you can't necessarily use the town money to get the match, but you could light a
I
fire-
implore every single one of you
You could
to
light a-
share our post and talk to the community. It is June 10th. We had a date of July 1st. We can extend that if we need to. But if we could get 100,000, irregardless of the 60, if we can get 100,000 plus the 60, it makes a big dent in everything that we're trying to accomplish.
And if
And this
we
is
give
just
you-
one small piece of
And
it.
if we were able to give you 75 on top of that,
On top of that, that would be,
it would.
Be
doesn't
great.
Doesn't solve the whole problem.
Correct.
But it would show
Right.
the parents that you're working with that are working so hard to raise all this money and bring
Correct.
awareness to this problem that we
Yep.
did something.
I mean,
Okay.
just to go back to the original plea to the community, there's 30,000 people. If everyone gave $10, that's $300,000. We have 160, did I do the math right? Okay. And 161 supporters so far on our campaign, and that's raised, before the $25,000 match, that's $33,000. So if you guys do all the math, 161 supporters have donated $33,000. There's 25 other thousand people. I mean, I'm not telling you to decide what you want to do with your money, but $10 at Starbucks can help us, if we didn't pass an override, $10 can go into that fund.
Okay.
So,
I don't have anything else. Thank you. Thank you for coming up.
Max?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Karen Bradshaw sat down, I was going to ask her another question. But I just wanted to get a sense as to, I am concerned, so we're basically saying, we're taking the money from the health insurance that was going to be used to health free facilities, but now that money is going to the boosters for the theater department. So in effect, we're taking, compared to the original budget, we're taking money from the health insurance deficit and it's going to the boosters theater program. Is that correct?
Ultimately, ultimately, if you restored the 75, and I'm trying to get as much of that towards this project as possible, then you're basically cutting that account to pay for part of that project.
Right.
Can you give me like an estimate as to the percentage you think that people won't have their claims paid?
No.
We're going to prioritize spending whatever money we have available, so we'll empty out the trust fund, the 250,000 there, assuming that's approved, and then we'll start going into the free cash to keep paying the run-out claims. We don't plan to pay off the deficit until we know that we have enough money to pay the run-out claims.
So we're not, if we take this $75,000, there's no risk that we would, anything bad would happen?
I can't guarantee that. I mean, we're making the best guess we can. Our claims typically run around $1 million a month, so I think that should be enough. If the claims come in lower, it's going to take a while for them to come through.
If something bad were to happen, what would it look like?
We would call Harvard Pilgrim and say we've been, good customers all this time to loan us the money, basically. I mean, we're not going to pay the Mass Strategic Health Group back until we have to.
So
I think we have enough money to pay the run-out claims.
And when was the chance of that? Like, is there a probability that might happen if we do this?
That what might happen?
That we might have to call Harvard Pilgrim and say we don't have.
You don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't predict. Well, we should have the May claims soon. Again, if the May claims come in good, then,
So it's very unlikely.
I don't know. It's not likely, and I'm sure that they would work with us and do something to help us. I don't think they intend to cut claims.
I just want to make sure we're not shooting ourselves in the foot with this.
I don't-
just wanna make sure
I
we're
don't
making
think
responsible.
75,000 is going to make a difference if we get to that kind of situation.
Okay, thanks. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
And
apologize.
to be honest with you, the GIC still has Harvard Pilgrim, right?
It's a totally separate pool. They separate the programs quite a bit.
No, I understand that, but the thing that I'm saying is that people, because I'm going on the GIC too, because me and my wife are getting two separate pills. Because we're retiring, so I'm getting a single plan, she's getting a single plan. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of people that had Harvard Pilgrim, if they weren't getting Harvard Pilgrim, they would be in the doctor's office all month long in June. is
Right.
what
I
I'm
think
trying to
people are
say.
pretty happy with the plans we're going to. I
Right.
don't expect that
And the-
anyone's
Yeah. I like
panicking
my
and rushing.
plan. It's probably better than what I have now.
Right. And the
but
costs,
that's
the
what I'm saying,
co-pays are
so.
actually lower with the GIC.
It is.
So I
It's
think
very
some
lower.
people are probably like, I'm good, I'm going to wait till July to go to the doctors.
Right, I
It's
did,
just, yeah. You never know. I mean, it's really,
Right.
that's where the health insurance budget in general, one bad claim,
Yeah,
it's very unpredictable. But
Right.
I feel pretty confident that the 1 million, even without 75,000, that over 1 million is going to get us through our run-out claims.
all right. So,
Take this money somewhere.
yeah, Mike, we're gonna need an amendment to take the
Yeah,
$75,000.
so I'd like to make an amendment that we reduce the health insurance deficit payment from currently $1 million to $925,000.
All right, so I have a motion and a second on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One.
So 8-1.
Motion passed on the amendment.
As amended, 9, that becomes 925. right?
925.
Yep.
Yes.
And now do we vote on the whole thing?
Now we gotta vote on resolution 26-33.
And Ted, the
As amended.
total free cash number after that amendment is 1,391,419.
How did you get that, Jamie? I'm sorry.
You deduct 1,466,419 minus 75,000 because they took the 75,000 out.
Yeah.
Just deduct 75 off of it, that's the
Okay.
aggregate total.
Thank you.
And now you have a fully balanced FY '27 budget after that decision, so now you're fully whole
And we spent all of 2026 free cash to zero.
to zero, except for the 62,500 on the fire truck on the
Right,
next one. but-
correct.
Yep.
And you're going to try your best to use that 75,000
Yes.
to help the auditorium project?
I-
Okay. Yep.
We're gonna,
Okay.
I'm
Awesome.
absolutely committing to it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we are moving resolution 26-33 as amended. Am I right, Jamie?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
So we're gonna vote on resolution 26-33 as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
So it passes 9-0, sir.
Resolution 26-32, free cash to fire truck stabilization transfer. Clerk will read the resolution.
I just realized we never voted on the facilities department. We said we were gonna use
did.
their, we did, I thought we voted on the health plan, but we never actually voted to reduce, because it was like
I thought we did it as
We did it in
amended.
the budget. We did it in the
Counselor-
operating budget.
So we're,
What-
so we're still $7,000 short.
Nope, we're totally whole financially, but what I said was, and I think I got a
Yeah,
strong poll
we voted
consensus,
on
is
that.
that I can
Yeah.
use some of the operating budget money. I'm emailing Allison Murphy right now, and I'm gonna try to talk to her about the fundraising. I wanna put together exactly all of the finances for this auditorium with Lucas and Colin, and get on the same page, where the money's coming from,
Right.
how it's gonna get done. But we will work 100% on that together.
I'm not sure that's
and
right. I think we just voted to reduce the healthcare,
You did.
but, so I don't understand where the $7,000
The
coming from, because that's going to
75,000,
facilities.
the 75,000 is being asked by the rest of your colleagues from the operational budget for the lights.
Oh, from facilities. Oh,
From
so
faci-
that
from the facilities
line
budget.
item,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
seeing it. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks.
Yep. Okay. So this is Resolution 26-32. We're not quite at 11 o'clock yet. Okay. Fire truck stabilization transfer and appropriation. The appropriation is free cash to the stabilization account. The total request is $62,500. The purpose, continued funding of the fire truck stabilization fund. The fire truck stabilization, the reason is continued funding. The source is free cash, and the amount is $62,500. The motion, be it moved and voted by the town council that the sum of $62,500 be transferred and appropriated from free cash to the fire truck stabilization fund. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter. And I would like to mention that at the June 3rd Finance Committee meeting, the amended vote was 5-4, the final vote was 9-0, and it passed.
You read the resolution.
Motion to approve Resolution 2632.
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion. Anybody?
I think it's important, Mr. Chairman, that the members of the council understand that this is money that we set aside for a future very expensive fire truck when it's needed. That the council created that fund so we wouldn't get walloped with $1 million bill.
Right.
And not have a way to pay for it.
All right, no discussion. We're gonna move on resolution 26-32. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. I should take a vote now on extending the meeting, at least by 1 hour.
Give me a second.
What do you think?
Yes.
1 hour? 1 hour good?
Yep.
Want to do a roll call?
Yeah, you can.
Point of clarification, does that mean 1 hour from now or 1 hour?
1 hour from
1
now.
hour from
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is not a resolution, but this is simply a vote to extend the town council meeting tonight by 1 hour because our bylaws say it ends at 11. And we'll do a roll call. Councilor Rajuku?
Yes.
Councilor Morangello?
Yes.
Councilor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Councilor Griffith?
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, 9-0, sir.
Okay. All right, moving on. Resolution 26-34, Group Insurance Trust Fund Transfer. Clerk will read the resolution.
A motion to waive the reading?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to waive the reading in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve Resolution 2634.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Just a quick
Go
question.
ahead.
This is for the GIC one?
Yeah, we had to title it Group Insurance Trust Fund because that's what's legally obligated, but this is to pay off the deficits. This is a surplus that we had 30 years ago and has actually been sitting there for a rainy day for something like this, so.
Okay.
So this is, we will use this money first before the free cash, for sure.
Before the free cash.
Good.
Awesome. Moving on, Resolution 26-34. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 26-31, Capital FY26 Enterprise Funds. Clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion, we have a motion and a second to waive the reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve Resolution 2631.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Discussion. I'm just trying to give Ted a little bit more time to write, that's all. That's why I asked a couple times, that's all.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Jamie, just the really quick 30-second, what is asset management plan?
It's required every so often as a part of our MS4 permit from the EPA over stormwater. So this is something where they have to just update the plan. This is off budget. It doesn't affect the operating budget, it doesn't affect capital. It's exclusively out of the stormwater utility.
Thank you.
All set? Okay, we're voting on Resolution 26-31. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 26-34, Ambulance Transfer and Appropriation. Clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
A debate?
He's gonna move it now.
Move it?
He has to move it first, and then we
Go
can.
for the motions.
Yeah. Motion to approve Resolution 2635.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I know we had that special bonds thing we did for the fire truck. Is this one of the things that's gonna be wrapped up in that? And no?
Nope, that's a ban.
Okay.
It was called a ban, you're close. It's a form of a bond, but it is not wrapped up in that. By town policy, way before I got here, we set aside a percentage of ambulance receipts every year to save.
year.
Smart.
And I think the fire chief realized recently, was it a 2-year wait?
Yeah, there's at least a 2-year wait for these vehicles now. The last one we just received was almost 3 years by the time it came in, so, excuse me, ordering this now, this truck won't be here for a couple of years, so there'll be funds in the account by the time.
Yeah. We already have 90% of the money there, and by the time the thing comes in, we'll have already a down payment on the next one.
Yeah.
Is it spec'd out and everything like that?
We use the same standard spec.
Yeah.
This is probably
Standard
the
that-
fourth
yeah,
one
you
that
just-
we've purchased, it'll be
yeah.
the exact same vehicle, so.
So Chief, that 440-220 is one ambulance?
It's one ambulance now, yep. That was the price for two, probably 4 or 5 years ago,
Yeah.
but they've gone up a lot.
Seems really high.
Yeah.
You yield? Okay, moving on, Resolution 26-35. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. Okay, Resolution 23, Community Preservation Funds Annual Appropriation and Reservation. Clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to approve Resolution 2623.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Can I ask
Go
a
ahead.
question?
Ted can go first, Council.
Oh, Ted wants to go
Yeah.
first? Go ahead.
Jamie, through the chair to you, this allocating this money to these funds has nothing to do right now with the project list, right? It's
Correct.
just putting money in those funds, and then the CPA committee will actually get together
Yeah, they
and
will.
make recommendations to us, right?
That's next.
Correct, the next resolution are the recommendations, but the 200,000 in each are required 10% for open space preservation and affordable housing, so this is really just a, basically adhering to state law in terms of carving out the appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
And my question was, the 2 million is the FY '27 estimate of our CPA
Yep.
tax levy or whatever.
Surcharge, yep.
Surcharge. So that's the projected FY '20, it's not FY '26's, it's FY '27 projected.
It's FY '27 and also includes the 15.3% assumed state match. They put out a number
right.
to us, like, this is another one where you can't do in January, they send it out like March or something,
Right.
April. So then they say, this is what you assume. It may be more, maybe less,
But this is
but
the
this
best
is what's
guess,
based off
what we
that.
start with. Okay, thank you.
Max?
This is kind of a curveball, but could historic preservation, does Davis Thayer count as a historic building that could be restored?
Yep, if the historical commission deems anything historic, as a historically significant, whatever the legal language is, then it qualifies for historic preservation money.
Good to know. And we can't change anything, we can only vote up or down, correct?
On this, it's a little bit more, you're a little bit more restricted. On this, you have to set aside the 10% for those three categories. The administrative expenses are a 5% option. We always do that for a couple reasons. One, part of Evan's salary, who does all this, is actually offset from revenues in that account, it's just a small percentage. But also, a lot of the appraisals we've done to get Schmitz Farm or Maple Hill, a lot of the administrative work that we need to secure those parcels, purchase and sale, legal counsel, can come out of that account. So we leave that there. Any unspent monies from the admin account every year automatically go into the budgeted reserve, just automatically transfers. So if it's unspent, it just goes back into the budget reserve. So those are pretty well set by state law. You can't really fiddle with them too much. I mean, it is what it is. On the next resolution, you can vote against a project or lower the amount of money, but you can't increase the quantity of money for a project. That's on the next one.
Thank you.
You all set, Max?
Yep, all set.
All right, moving on to vote on Resolution 26-23. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passed. Resolution 26-24, FY '27, Community Preservation Appropriation of Funds, Capital. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 26-24 for the Town of Franklin FY '27 Community Preservation Appropriation of Funds Capital. Purpose to appropriate from the Community Preservation Reserves available funds in the following amounts as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for community preservation projects in FY '27, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation in the total amount of $2,989,140.58. The first item, historic preservation. Gianfranco Pacobene, repair and cleaning, restoration of mural. I gotta be honest, I have no idea where that is.
So it's the main hall in the library.
Okay. For
It had to be something good.
For $107,000, better be the Mona Lisa.
Good pronunciation.
Read the resolution.
That was very good. I think, I knew you were half Italian.
$107,730. The second appropriation for John Canning Company repainting of the Juliaris Greek key motif for $78,800. Is that also at the library? Open space for the FY27 Maple Hill principal, that's a principal payment, for $150,000, and the FY27 Maple Hill interest payment of $95,317.50. The FY27 Schmidt Land principal payment of $180,000, and the FY27 Schmidt Land interest payment of $134,750. Then under budget reserve category, Phase 1 Schmitz Farm Master Plan, $416,200. The Phase 2 of the King Street Memorial Park Project for $1,226,250. The Kennedy School Playground for $59,893.08. The Franklin High School Track Repairs, $30,200. The Franklin High School Tennis Court Maintenance for $85,000. For the Washington Street Elementary Basketball Court Reconstruction Project for $175,000. And Jamie, I don't know why that's in red, the next one under community housing.
You could read it, but the Community Preservation Committee added that during the public hearing.
Okay.
So the red ones were the ones that changed from the original recommendation, and those were the ones that were changed during the public hearing.
Okay, because I didn't read the three that were stricken, but
You
you
should
want
leave
me-
those off.
Okay.
Yep,
Under the category of community housing that's been added for the Franklin Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, and that's $250,000, for a total appropriation of $2,989,140.58. Be it moved and voted by the town council that the sum of $2,989,140.58 be appropriated from the community preservation reserves in the amounts and for the projects indicated above in FY27, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter, and the CPA met on May 18th and voted 7-0 for all recommendations, and Finance Committee met on June 3rd, voted 9-0 for all recommendations, sir.
Motion to approve Resolution 2624.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Max?
So another question that's kind of relevant. Can the school's theater auditorium count as a recreation under the categories of the CPA? Okay, thank you. All set.
That was fast, Max.
I'm trying to speed it up.
No more, go ahead.
Tiny question. Given that we don't have a Kennedy School anymore, does that name need to change to stay in line with, making sure that it's?
Question for Lucas, because that's the way it came into our office, so or Colin.
I don't know who.
I mean, I would, at this point, I would just leave it.
Okay.
Meeting, I would move it. I don't know who typed that in.
I did, that was me.
Okay. So does it matter? Is it gonna change
doesn't.
anything? Okay.
It's
All
not
right,
gonna
that was my question.
Because it's not a school.
Because it's not,
that's
yeah,
school
that
anyway.
was.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Lucas. Hey, Lucas?
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's late. The $59,893 for the playground at Kennedy, is that because of your anticipated use with the ECC expansion and
It's for the
the
current
daycare?
ECDC who is there now to update the playground for the students that are at that school now.
And we're moving forward with the
And we're
childcare
moving forward
first for
with the childcare.
teachers,
It's no
right?
longer staff childcare. It's, we opened it up to all
All.
school in town staff, school in town employees, and we just expanded for any remaining spots to the town in general to just help fill some slots. So that's open to all, and we prioritized, we rolled it. We started with schools. 2 weeks later, we opened it up to all town employees, and then we staged
Oh,
it.
wow.
So And I
how
think
many
we're going to
slots?
probably do something like that every year
How many
for enrollment.
slots?
There was 9 slots per cohort, so they're just about filled in the first cohort, so we're getting there. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's good. That's good. Mike?
I watched the meeting. I did see the discussion around Maple Hill. I see those been crossed off because there's going to be further discussions about the cost associated with that. I'm not necessarily for the Phase 1 of Schmitz Farm. I think that's actually going to be part of our kind of capital forecast, because it's just not $416,000. There's another $3.5 million. If you look at because I went last night, I'm going, I gotta find what this, so you type in Schmitz Farm, you go to the master plan, there's a lot more out there. So this is a case of, yeah, we throw 416,000, we gotta know where the other 3.5 million is gonna come from. So I'd rather see us put this off and put this as part of our long-range forecast of all the things we need to do in town. If there's not support to do that, then I will have to vote no in principle on the $2.9 million for that reason. So.
Councilman?
Thank you, and I agree with what Mike just said. I was going to bring that up, and maybe before we get into that, Jamie, the Maple Hill and Schmidt Farm land principal and interest, explain what that is? Is that just the payment for the land that we bought?
Yeah, that's the principal for the borrowing for the land that we did.
Okay. Is that contractually obligated that we need to make those payments this year?
Amortization over 20 years. I think we borrowed for both of them for 20 years each. So we're in year probably 3 or 4 on both, so we'll have those for...
A little bit more in Maple Hill, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Maple Hill might have been a year before.
Yeah.
But again, it's, we bought it, we own it, and this is the payment schedule that we have to do.
Those are the payments for the borrowing.
If we don't pay, they take the land back or whatever else, right? So it's ugly, but yeah, we
It's
have to
ugly.
pay. Okay. So I'm okay making those payments just because they are payments on land that we bought and we have to do that. I may have missed it, maybe I didn't pay as much attention to Community Preservation Act projects, but there's some pretty big numbers on here on projects that I don't really understand. To Mike's point about the Schmitz Farm, I did look that up as well. I went back through that, and then Maple Hill as well. There's millions of dollars more on top of those projects that I think we should discuss at least as a group to make sure we're all aware of it. $175,000 for basketball court reconstruction, $60,000 for the playground, 1.2 million for King Street Memorial Park. I'm just not really comfortable knowing the scope and scale of all of those things. I'm okay with some of the lesser number items here, but I'd like a fuller discussion at some point, if that's appropriate.
Yeah, we can bring Ryan up right now because we're on the Recreation Committee. I know that we have a big project going up on King Street.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're talking about lights and bringing it up to.
It's been going on for years.
Yeah,
This is phase
yeah.
2.
Yeah, so Kevin and I have been working on the King Street Memorial Park project. This is just the second phase of that project. It was originally put out by Mike D'Angelo. It was a $5 million project. This is for the electrical, to bring all the conduit in, run all the conduit and the electricity. When it was originally built in the like 1990s, we didn't have enough power that came in there to power all the lighting that's going to be going in. So for the sports lighting, pickleball, basketball, parking lot, anybody that's up at King Street Park in the fall knows it's pitch dark up there. It's very unsafe. Right now, youth soccer spends a lot of money bringing in portable diesel-fueled lighting. That's just temporary, and they're wasting money. It's been costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years, so. Did you want to say anything else about that, Kevin?
Just that the cost estimate that we received for the electrical and civil work came from NV5, who we've worked with in the past. And actually, before we sat before the committee, we met with our contact with NV5 to get, just a confirmation that the numbers that they provided us were still, accurate for moving forward, and they said they were good.
Right, okay, and this is the second phase of what will be a $5 million-ish project for all that lighting?
Yeah, correct. It's increasing. There's going to be 4 additional pickleball courts. There'll be sports lighting around all those courts, be an
And the
additional parking lot near the community garden. Right now, the parking lot is way on the other side of the park.
Right, we talked a little bit about this when we
Yep.
kind of got together. I just didn't know the scale of all that was included in that, and
The building, we have our summer camp up there now. That
Yeah.
building is non-compliant for ADA. The bathrooms are horrendous. It's an old park that's outdated.
I get it, I get it.
And Ryan, along with all the youth programs, have donated a lot of money for this.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
youth soccer helped the DPW many years ago
Yeah.
with putting in wells and irrigation systems and things like that, so it's just, it's very dark up there in the fall, and when you're leaving soccer practice, it's pitch dark in the parking lot.
When the time changes, it dark real bad, real fast, real quick.
Okay.
Jamie?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. On Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill, actually, I think some of the sentiments the council bringing forward was kind of shared by CPA. But I think the consensus is that investing in Schmidt Farm was far more the priority. If you drive up there now, and I know Councilor Blank lives up off of near that area, you'll see we took down the barn. We're still working on getting rid of some of the dumpsters up there. That'll be happening over the next month or two. But really, to make Schmidt Farm safe and to make it into a place that people can enjoy, you gotta eventually build a parking lot, a gravel lot somewhere. You gotta have a kiosk. We gotta work on the trail network, the community garden. This is just the first phase. But to the point that both of you made about future phases, those are not definite phases, right? At least getting people access to enjoy the parcel is phase one. I just want to be clear, like, some of the visioning that went into that about a tower outlook and a lot of other infrastructure, are things that are going to be probably kicked way down the line, and I'm not even sure that the community is going to necessarily invest in some of those areas. But right now, if we don't have any seed money, you kind of have a problem up there where there's no real defined parking area. There's really no trailhead to start, and we need some sort of money to do that. I think CPA shared the sentiments where Maple Hill didn't feel like the urgent matter, and I think they wanted to pause on that one and get a lot more information on it. We're probably going to end up having to cancel the meeting on Monday because we haven't yet been able to connect with the CPA member who made these comments. The conservation has reached out a couple times, and we haven't been able to get a meeting on the book. So I will tell you, I even got an email today from a gentleman on Prospect Street. His name is Wayne, who contacted me about Schmidt Farm. So I know there is a lot of desire to get in and use that parcel. And if nobody has been up there, it is probably one of the most beautiful pieces of land. It's certainly one of the quietest places in Franklin. And there is some other access through Tia Place, but really that main road right on the corner at the bend and going in there really needs to be graded out and really be a lot better for people to be able to access it. So I think Schmidt Farm would be the bigger priority. In terms of quickly on the playgrounds, Community Preservation Act has not been modified at all in 25 years except for one thing. They allowed recreational facilities to be used from CPA money. A lot of these projects, if we don't do them via CPA, then they're going to fall under your capital plan under free cash.
I get it, yeah.
And so same thing with Schmidt Farm. I understand the concern, but if we don't do them this way, then we've got cash sitting there that can do it. CPA is limited in how we can use the money, so we've been trying to help the schools out. If these were approved, I think the number I have is $571,000 in the last 2 years has been invested through CPA to our school facilities. I think I can speak for Lucas. These are projects that just wouldn't.
It wouldn't be done.
They probably wouldn't be done until they. I just want to give a little context. And by law,
It's
the
a
way
law.
that you are eligible to use these monies for playgrounds is if those facilities are open 24/7 to the public, and the schools have always allowed people to be on all their properties off hours, and so that's how that becomes eligible by statute. So I hope that is informative to everybody. And obviously,
Jamie, isn't there a law that we have to do the playgrounds over at a certain time? We can't let them go too far?
ADA accessibility is an issue for sure. We just did finalize our open space plan, which put a heavy amount on this, and I think some of these were maybe last year, this year, we're also kind of
Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with
redistricting kind of
ADA.
costs.
Yeah.
Also, the Washington Street, at some point, this is a cost that won't have to go on to the whole remodel of the school. So if you borrow for that money, you're not gonna have to pay interest on that kind of chunk of change either, so. We had the money in the bank, and so I think the committee felt like it was a good use of the funds.
Any other council?
Mr. Speaker, I just request that this be taken by roll call since we have some opposition to it.
Doesn't bother me.
Roll call for the whole thing or each item?
For the whole thing, the whole thing.
That's.
Just for the resolution?
For the resolution.
I would like to make an amendment
Oh, all right.
to remove the $416,200 for Phase 1 Smiths Farm Plant, Master Plan.
Go ahead. I need a second. All right, I don't have a second, so.
So I think I heard that we need to do a roll call, but it's not gonna be per item, it's gonna be on the
The whole
total.
On the total
Yeah.
thing,
Total.
on the total. There's no way we're doing that.
Okay.
We need more paper.
This is FY 27 CPA appropriation.
I've seen all these places, so yeah. I've seen all these places, so yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is on Resolution 26-24, the FY 27 Community Preservation Appropriation of Funds from Capital, for capital, sorry, and the roll call. Counselor Morangella?
Yes.
Counselor Malloy?
No.
Counselor Griffith?
Yes.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc?
No.
Counselor Ojukwu?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Chairman?
Yes.
So that passes 7-2.
All set?
Okay.
Moving on, bylaw amendment, 26-952, a bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 82. I get a little double stamp there. What's the 82-6, schedule of service fees, second reading. Clerk will read the amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Motion to approve bylaw amendment 26-952.
Second.
Have a motion and second discussion?
Can I ask a question?
I do,
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Jamie, we got a question by email today from, maybe it was yesterday, by a concerned senior citizen, wondering if there were ways, if you couldn't afford some of the fees to, some of the increased fees to approach the town for reductions. Do we have, I know we have programs for like senior work-off and we have programs for other ways, but do we have anything that allows folks some support for fees?
We do. The Community Assistance Program that's in this bylaw allows for a free pass if you're income eligible. The income requirements are generally based off federal home heating assistance guidelines. We've made that consistent across the board. DPW, Kathy Morad and Roseanne Chepanowski basically run this, and they do a great job with all the other departments.
Yeah.
So if somebody qualifies through DPW, you know, all the other senior center, recreation, all of them know. And that, just for a plug, if anybody's watching, you get a 50% off your water and sewer bills, and then you can get a free recycling sticker. I think someone earlier, I might have heard, I know I've talked to several of you, I don't know if the individual that emailed all of you is income eligible for it.
Sounded like she was.
Sounded like she wasn't.
Was not, I believe.
I believe
She was
too.
not income
I believe,
eligible.
yeah.
Okay, okay.
I just don't think they know how to do it.
Well, I think, I talked to Jane, but you guys don't have to raise this. This was a recommendation from the Finance Committee. But also, I think, you know, it's still a pretty
the woman that, that had emailed, I had gone back and forth with, and basically she falls into the group that I have literally spoke about. They earn too much to qualify for assistance, but not enough to really be able to survive without struggling. And they're in that in-between phase. So typically, she does not qualify for assistance. I still urged her to go and fill out the applications, just in case. But that's where her concern was. I also had somebody reach out to me, not through town email, but had also reached out and said, what about doing like, maybe doing this, but then maybe giving 4 seniors, keeping it at 35.
Yeah,
And then raising it for 50 for everybody else. So if they are in that income middle ground,
like from 65 above, maybe?
yeah, something like that, just for that one fee. Because if they are in the in-between phases, they're not getting help, but they actually need it.
Brutus?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Brutus Kennedy, Public Works Director. I just want to remind, we brought up before, the reason we've been able to, we haven't raised the $35 to go to the recycling center is like the best deal ever. And we have not raised it, I think, in 18 years. Part of that was we were getting DEP money, and that DEP grant money is drying up. So that's, so I'll be coming to you, if you don't raise it, we're going to run out of money. Because we're just trying to supplement it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? We don't that funding source is not available anymore. So that's why we're going up to the $50. And to Council Tripp, we do have a lot of policies down there to help the folks out. If that line is so hard to do for us, I can tell you, Kathy and Roseanne's not here tonight, but they come in, they have to provide their tax forms and everything, and we feel so bad sometimes because people are so close. It's based upon the number of folks in their in their household, and then their how much they have. So it is a very difficult process, but I just want you to be aware, if we don't raise it, we're probably going to run out of money for the recycling center next year. I just wanted to let you know that. We run that bare bones, and I think you also know that if the mattress thing we had to do, it's a user-based thing, so we have to cover those costs. So Derek does a great job just constantly monitoring the cost. And it's the other thing you always hear about DPW. Our stuff is so volatile. Like right now, we can make money on cardboard, but I can tell you in 4 months, we could be losing money. So it's a difficult thing what we do, so.
Sorry, Brutus, could you just repeat how long since the price had been raised?
I think it's 18 years.
18 years?
Yeah, that we're able to maintain it. Because we do a lot of stuff in South. And I will say that I always bust on everybody because when they call it a dump, it's not a dump, but I'll tell you, when we got here, it was a dump. I mean, it was bad. And I think a few folks have been going up there for a long time. We're doing pretty good, and we're looking at now, obviously we got to finish capping it. We got the state land, swap and all that stuff, but we're looking $8 to $9 million future, just to give you a heads up, to get that place a new recycling center, which people want. But I will tell you, it's a very, very popular thing with the residents. We probably have one of the highest uses of communities around us, not just population, but people really like that place a lot. So,
Can we do a smaller increase, like maybe $5?
Like he said, then you'll be coming back to us though, no matter what, right?
yes.
Yeah.
And I'm also here to tell you, if we get some more grant money, I would come back to you next year and say, hey, we can reduce it. You know what I'm trying to say? But our forecast right now is we will run out of money up there. And then we'll have to, and that's a general fund thing. It's not under solid waste, so that's going to come out of the general fund. It competes with anything else, police, fire type thing. So that's where I would down. And it's $15. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's the fee and the little slits, and we can talk about that. But
Brutus, my question's not really to you, although you're welcome to answer it, but to, through the chairman, to Jamie, to Councilor Callaway Tripp's question, can we put a disclaimer or type thing in there with an age? I mean, I've always been told we couldn't do stuff like that because it's discriminatory, but Can we?
I don't know about discriminatory. You can. Other towns have done stuff like this, but I would caution on a couple quick points. The reason why you haven't really done it in the past is because you're making a decision based on age, right? So people over 65, a lot of people can pay the fee and they use it a lot. You're also going to get requested to waive all fees at 65 and over because it ain't going to just start with one. People are going to come back in here and say, why don't you waive all of them? The other third thing is, and they will, and the third thing is, if you're going to do it, that's why the community assistance program exists, because it's based on income. If somebody's 33 years old and they qualify for home heating oil assistance and SNAP benefits and stuff, why can't they get a free sticker? They should be getting a free sticker as well. If you're 79 years old and you're pulling in with a Mercedes-Benz and you've got a lot of money, you've got assets in another side house, why are you not paying the $50? So in my view, and I think generally in the past the council has had this view, that if you start with 85 and over or 55 and over, whatever age, you're going to start getting asked to just waive all of them at an age level. But also you're maybe not accepting the people that are younger or under a certain age who may not have the means, and maybe they should be getting a free sticker as well. And that's why the community assistance program is outlined the way it is, and that's why it's income-based. You would have to add in a line into the community assistance program verbiage, not necessarily the rate schedule, and say for those 65 and under, 65 and older, you get a free recycling sticker, right? Or whatever the verbiage would be. So you can do it. But as I said, it sets off these kind of dynamics of why us, why not them, what about this, that type of stuff.
The issue that it is I have a great relationship with Jeff Roy, but this is one of the fights I had that was extremely hot and heavy because a lady came up to me and she makes $40,000 a year and she makes $3,000. She lives by herself in an apartment and needed oil, and she makes $3,000 too much to get oil. So it's on the state. They have to bring that price up, is what they have to do, to give some of these people. That was disgusting. And I let them have it, but. Sarah?
I just wanted to add to the conversation too, that if you get emails like that, and just so that it's on record for the public, that we do have a community services, social services coordinator at the senior center. So if they are looking for assistance, and maybe in this case it's directed toward a specific fee, to refer them back to the senior center for that, because a lot of people, it's not just for seniors, it's for everyone in town. And the threshold for all different sorts of programs are different. All different organizations, the state, the town, set different limits. So maybe you can't do it for the fee, but they might be able to come to us and we could find them, resources for rental assistance, or like the LIHEAP for the heating assistance, or food assistance. So I just try and keep that in the back of your mind. If someone is struggling, even if that program they don't qualify for, we might be able to find other ones for them.
Mr. Chair, I can just speak, the demographics of the folks getting the town community assistance. It is not age. It's not like old people. It is across the whole board.
Oh, no, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's people that, from their 30s to the older folks. So and then we actually do it all the time, so I can tell you that's the case. It's not an elderly person that's typically getting it. I mean, there are older out, but it's across the board.
I'm 65, but I can afford 55.
I just wanted to share that, I have been pushing for an expansion of the community assistance program for a while. And I'm working with Town Administrator Helen, it's before him. But any help I can have, in terms of future agenda items, bringing that to the floor, would be appreciated. So if this is an issue you care about and you want to make some revisions, we can either bring it before EDC, we can bring it before the council, but I think that I need help pushing for this more, because I think it's something that's important to a lot of the people that we're serving. So with that, I'll yield.
Okay. Where are we going with this, people? Are we voting?
We're voting.
All right, so this is where do we go?
We're voting on chapter 26-952, municipal service fees.
All right. Bylaw Amendment 26-952. This is a second reading, so this will become law. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Bylaw amendment passes. Bylaw Amendment 26-953, bylaw amendment to the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 170, Article 10, Winter Storm Overnight Parking Ban. This is the first reading. So
This was a hot topic. Right?
Yeah.
This was good. Okay. This, Mr. Chairman, this is the Town of Franklin Bylaw Amendment 26-953, a bylaw to amend the code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 70, Article 10, Winter Storm Overnight Parking Ban. Be it enacted by the Franklin Town Council that the code of the Town of Franklin is hereby amended at Chapter 170, Article 10, Winter Storm Overnight Parking Ban as follows. Section 170-63, Violations and Penalties. A, winter storm overnight parking van, this says van violators, should that be ban?
I think so.
Think so.
Is that a typo? We don't want to penalize people in a van. Winter storm overnight parking ban violators shall be charged a fine of $25 for each offense, is hereby deleted. Hereby deleted and replaced with A, winter storm overnight parking ban violators shall be fined as follows for offenses occurring during each effective time period as defined in section 170-64. Number 1, first offense, $75. Number 2, second offense, $150. Number 3, third and any subsequent offense, $300. This bylaw amendment shall become effective according to the provisions of the Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to move bylaw amendment 26-953 to a second reading.
Second.
Second. Mike?
Those amounts are not enough.
I was going to add that, you know, just as a reminder for, I mean, I think we all know it, for those who are listening, this is because the impact of parking during winter storms is so severe on our town finances. So it is important that people are feeling it if they're doing this, especially if they're doing it on a repeated basis.
Do we have a question? Chief Lynch, how many tickets did you give out last year? Just on the, just to figure out what we...
I mean, I'm pretty good, but I couldn't tell you that.
Oh, no. All right, well, I'm just kind of curious.
I can tell you. Because, and I just want to go through, like, we give a warning the first time no matter what, because, you know, that people just don't understand. But the second time, and the police was really good with us, and I can tell you that me and Mr. Rebello, it's like at 1 o'clock in the morning, we got our list, and we're calling a dispatcher, and they come out and they start ticketing quite a bit. We probably did hundreds last year. And a lot of them are the same, and a lot of the same perpetrators. It's like they just, some people, they don't care. They would pay the $25, but so that's why, I don't know who put this up there. I didn't even know about it. I think it's great, so thank you. I'm reading the thing, like, some counselors are like, yay, they're listening to me.
No, I'm just kind of curious.
This is awesome, so thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of curious, but that's fine.
No, we easily, wouldn't you say that, Carlos? We called over 100 times and then. Oh, absolutely. And then we go check and we go back and, because not that I would check on the officers, but they were like that we'd see the yellow, the orange between, I sent you pictures stuck under the snow. So it's good. It really helps us out a lot. Because we have, you see my snow presentation. Yeah. We gotta go back. When they move their cars in the morning, it takes so long.
Oh, it's a pain in the neck.
And then that sits there and then it'll freeze again because we don't get that snow. Yeah. So, no, it's very helpful, so thank you.
Okay. That's all, I was just kind of curious.
I'll call you tomorrow and let you know. I have a question for Brutus, so don't walk away yet. I'm not done with you yet. No, I just wanted to know, I mean, we talked a little bit about the idea of having like a special lot, and you said that there was a liability issue with that, but is there some way to, is there some alternative for people who literally just, they have no space other than the street parking? Is there any alternative for them, or that they can, I mean, I'm supporting this measure, but I just want to know, is there a way to let people know of alternatives when storms come? so that they have alternatives, so I mean, if they have no choice, what are they gonna do?
So we've kind of gone around and around with that.
Yeah.
The problem is, we're going to put ourselves in a bad position, because if you look at the last couple of storms we have, say we choose Davis Dare parking lot, go park there. What's going to happen is, we're still cleaning up the storm, those people are going to want to get out in the morning, right? We're not meeting their timetable. I don't have the staff now to just maintain the roads, never get that. Then the liability issue is if it's whether us or one of our contractor might hit a car.
Oh, yeah.
Or someone else blocks someone else in. It's just really opening up. And then we can't clear that lot either. You know, because they'll park there, and then like any public lot, like us trying to go around it, it's just, it's a nightmare. And I think we'd be doing a disservice to them. They don't realize that, but I think they'd be doing a disservice to them in the long run. I can tell you, all the years I've been doing this, it comes up, and you got a friend, a neighbor. We have a lot of driveways in town. Even like downtown, we're not Southie, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of driveways, a lot of places, hey, can I stick my car there for the night? And people seem to do that. Wouldn't you say that's pretty much what happens? Yeah. Most of the cars, a lot of the cars we get, like 60% of them are the Dean College students. And so we give them the warning the first time, and they're usually better, so.
Quick question for you, Brutus. Are you done?
I'm good.
Sorry. You said you have some repeat offenders, right? If
Yes.
you had to ballpark the number of repeat offenders, how many would you say?
You know, not every storm.
I'd say about 30 to 40.
30 or 40, yeah.
So, with those repeat offenders and your years of experience, if they started getting hit with the $300 fee, do you think that would stop them?
Yes.
Or do you think we need to impound them and now give them fees for that?
If they get 3 citations and don't pay them, each one within a 21-day period, then they go on the tow list, which means we go down, we grab the car, and we tow it away.
That works.
Until they pay all the fines and the storm fees.
And I think we towed 6 last year.
Yeah, we tow the fees.
Because the goal is to get rid of the repeat offenders. I mean,
Correct.
sometimes you're out there and you didn't expect, you weren't paying attention that first snowfall, okay. You give them a little gracious, but when you're hearing that we're about to get 3 feet of snow, it is common sense to not be on the road.
And
We tow the cars that are repeat offenders, as long as, you have to have 3 of them to meet the law, and then we impound the cars, and then they basically have to go, and they have to come to the town, pay the tickets, or do it through the Plymouth County online, and until they pay it and have the receipt, they can't get their car released.
And when they do get it impounded, do they have an impound fee?
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
we tow the car for free, and they charge you for every day it's there.
That works.
And I just want to give you one more thing, just so some of you guys are new. We have like the nicest overnight winter program. Any community around, most communities around here, they start like the 1st of November and April 15th. You can't park on the street at all.
At all.
Doesn't matter, it's snowing or not. So we went through this and we worked with the council a long time. We're really friendly. You can park in the, you know what I'm saying? Most towns around here, you cannot park on the street anytime, whether it's snowing or not.
We changed that.
We did.
We changed it, I remember that. Yeah.
And it's been, but you always, we know there's always a couple. Well,
Yeah.
this is right.
I mean, just since I started this, I personally think this should be 100, 200, 300.
We can do that.
I mean.
Make a motion.
That's what
I
believe.
don't have a problem with that at all either.
I think for lower income folks, it might be tricky. I think there's an equity piece of this too. Fees are very regressive. I think where it is okay, but I do think it should be higher than what it is.
I'd be willing to revisit
But
it.
this is a fee for parking where you're not supposed to legally be parking, and the first time they give a warning.
Right.
So if they made a mistake, they get the warning. If it happens again, then they're deliberately violating the regulation and causing the town money. It's dangerous for the guys doing the plowing. And it's just a hot mess. So if they don't want to pay the fine, they need to move their car. And I'm disabled, so I don't have anything against them. But disability or not, you are still responsible for your own actions, and you still have consequences when you don't want to follow the rules. It is that simple. This is not well, we just want to make money. These are the rules, you're not doing it, you chose not to, thank you for the check.
Yeah, and just to continue, even the $100 doesn't pay for DPW to go back the second time to clear it doesn't even pay for the effort to go back the second time and
I
clear
would
it. So
support that.
I don't know what we have to do technically, whether it's a vote now, but I do believe it should be
No,
100, 200, 300.
I think you can make an amendment.
Make an amendment on this. This is first reading, and you take a roll call on the amendment, and
That's
then
fine.
it'll
I'd like to
be.
make an amendment to change first offense to 100, second to 200, and third and subsequent to 300.
Do what, all right, so I have a motion on the amendment to change it from 100, 200 to 300. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's
No.
8 to 1. You said 2?
I'll go no on that, too.
All right, so it's 7 to 2. The amendment passes. So you gotta say move.
Okay, so as amended
Yeah.
to a second reading.
You gotta, yeah, to a second reading. We
But
can
do I have to do
revisit.
a new-
No, he just has to
So,
say
Mr.
it.
Chairman, bylaw amendment 26-953, as amended, needs to be moved to a second reading.
I still have a discussion.
Oh, good.
I just want to make sure this, I hope this isn't too nitpicky, but the wording of saying, for offenses occurring during each effective time period seems to me like it could be understood as in one storm, if you park there twice, you get two tickets, but if a new storm, it's
No.
resets. I just want to make sure I understand. It is not meant to reset for different effective time periods, right?
I think it's just, I'm
One
gonna ask
storm.
the chief, because I know eventually a tow,
It's like if
three
one person,
offenses,
if
like
there's
in
3
one
storms.
Like a storm in December, and another storm in January, and another storm in February. The one in February, if that's the third time, you can take $300.
Okay, that is my understanding of this. I feel like that wording, just the word each makes it sound a little bit, it could just be me, but it seems like it could be argued differently. I would just take out the word each and say during effective time periods.
Okay.
And that seems like that'd be a little bit more.
It usually goes by the storm, like even when you plow, when you're plowing, you're plowing for that storm. So that's the
Right.
one storm.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
so,
no, I
yeah.
understand that. I'm afraid that someone might come up and be
Do
like,
you want to make an amendment? then
yes,
to
I would,
remove
yes.
each?
I make a motion to amend the wording, remove the word each and say effective time periods.
Second.
All right, as,
What was the change? Sorry. I didn't-
Take out the word each, so it says each effective time period, and change it to effective time periods. Remove the word each. So it's just.
And add an S?
And add an S at the end. So it's,
Okay.
it just,
Could I make it even more specific,
I
potentially?
mean, I think that sounds like if you are parking in any effective time period, you're gonna get these increased fines each time, as opposed to, here's one effective time period you can get.
I look at it as each season, as
Yeah, I was thinking the same
snow
thing.
season, from November of 2026 to March of
April
2027.
1st, yeah.
That's what, so it's really by snow season?
No, I think it's
It's
by
not by
person,
storm. It's
right? Like, all it
if
is
during the
is-
season, you get it, as I just said, if in November there's a snowstorm,
November 1st to April 1st.
you get $100. You have another snowstorm in January, it's $200.
Right.
It's 300, so it's within that season, that
Within the
snow
season.
season, it resets next year.
Yes.
Well, and I could argue it doesn't reset. You park again next year, it should be $300.
I know what you're saying.
So that was actually what I was trying to do.
Then
is
you
that
don't-
if
then you
it's
don't
just-
even
if
have
it's based on
period.
the
It is
person,
literally
Right, the person is doing this.
Right.
Right?
I think you gotta give it a time period, though. If they
Yeah, I
didn't,
think so, too.
yeah, if they don't park there for 2 years, you can't hit them again for $200.
Why not?
So the effective
I mean,
time.
you gotta have a little bit of a heart. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Just so you know, the effective time period by definition is October 15th to April 15th. So there
Okay.
is a prescribed time, and as the chief
Okay.
mentioned.
And we don't have to change
So
it.
it
If you
does
have-
mean
Yeah.
for, like, it would
Right.
reset after the year.
It says section 170-64 in the bylaw, and it's
Yeah.
referencing October 15th to April.
Okay.
Studded
Then
snow
then
tire.
I withdraw my,
Because it does.
no.
It's the studded snow sides.
And we already
Yes.
voted to amend it.
Yeah,
We
one,
just got to vote on moving it to a second reading.
all right, so we're gonna vote. Max, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, I think that this is, I support having a higher fee, but I think that for low-income people, this is punitive, and it'll disproportionately affect people who are low-income. So if it was 75, I'd support it, but this is too high.
Okay. All right. All right, so moving on to vote on bylaw amendment 26-953 as amended. All in, to a second reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Again, 8-1. Resolution passed. A bylaw amendment passes
To a second.
to a second reading.
Are we-
I think we're done.
No, we're going right to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
No.